1.
Hello, everybody. Happy magical Sunday. We are all here, except for Lauren, who's not here.
Celebrating her son. Barf.
Oh gosh. Happy birthday, Luke. Also, happy birthday, Gus. Yes.
Yeah. Somehow my child turned 1 today. What the hell?
Aw.
How did that happen?
Oh my gosh. Time passes too quickly.
Yeah, it does.
Happy birthday, Luke. Happy birthday, Gus. Happy birthday, us. Not really. I don't even know when our stream started, to be honest.
Wait, I have that as a note. It was.
Do you?
I should. Oh no, I only took notes starting on session 2. I don't have session 1 because I'm an idiot.
Was session 2 in September?
I don't have dates on my old notes. I just have session numbers because I didn't start putting dates on them until.
I feel like we could go back and try to find episode 1 published on YouTube or Twitch.
You keep going as we recap.
Okay.
I'll do something.
Yeah, we're gonna do a real quick intro tonight, just so we can get on into it. Just because we are starting a little bit late tonight, so we do have Danny playing Maris. We have Josh playing Kalvik. We have Deanna playing Iro. We have Tessa playing Neora, and Lauren, who plays Aquas, is out tonight. So it'll be us, and let's see. Welcome to Kids on Broom's Chromatic Academy Chrysalis. This is year 2, so our players are a little more advanced. They have a little more magic under their belts. Still disastrous. That's just how that works. The music you are hearing is from RPG Sounds. We've got music from RPG Sounds, Jukebox Sounds, Tabletop Audio, and Dark Fantasy Studios. In the map in the middle, we have one more multiverse. That is the system we play on. It is amazing. Highly recommend. You can find it through Steam and, well, no, it's not through Steam. It's through Patreon, I believe now, and it is free. Now, of course, shout out to Jack. That's what I'm gonna start calling them. Jack, Jake, and Zach, who helped me with the writers' room. And Jack. Yeah. They are helping me, devise all of these fun schemes and plans. And then shout out to Tammy, who is doing all of the portrait art that you will see in the intro to come.
I adore the portrait art. I was actually just thinking about that today when the portrait art first came out and I got to see Kalvik for the first time. And it made me very happy because it's the very first time a fantasy character that I play has come to life in that way. And it just was very special.
I mean, so real. I remember the first time I saw Kalvik's art because I went, oh, he's really hot. Okay.
Let's take a look at it now.
And all my co-workers got just shown constantly for a full day. It was great.
It would be... All right, we are back. Can audience just confirm that our audio looks or sounds okay? Yes. No, yes, no, yes.
I heard
small
it
changes
full
today.
volume. Oh, it's fixed now. I've seen that a couple times.
It's fixed now.
I
Okay,
think we're
cool.
good.
Good.
Perfect. Okay, thank you, Eugene. Thank you, Zach. Thank you, Jack. All right.
Nope.
Let's get started. So last episode, I'm just gonna do a quick recap. Lots happened. They tried to scry on Neora's family, and they found a few details. Neora's family is not where they were previously. They're not by the river. They're in somewhere hot and colors of gray and steel, but they're not quite sure at that point. It was warded against magic, so that's why they were eventually shoved out of that space. Let's see what else happened. We've got gosh, what else happened, guys? Help me out. My brain's all over the place.
I looked at my
many
notes
things
upstairs.
happened.
Just what we were talking about before the stream started. Like, so
We had a
Oh, so
class.
something about
Backwards
Ava
through
needing to
time.
get her shit under control. Aquis
Yeah.
and Ava broke up, even though they were never together, but kind of broke up.
right. So okay. So the there's an extracurricular class that they were allowed to take through Professor Vanderpool, who had the amazing idea to teach students a theoretical lesson centering around time magic within mind magic, two very illegal magics in this world. But of course, theoretical, highly theoretical. Let's try it out, guys.
Highly
Theoretically.
theoretical. Here's exactly how you do it and all the tools to do so.
Right. Vanderpool is very passionate about what they do. They are, their previous background is in the Research Institute, Nexus Research Institute, mind magic, that sort. Probably time magic too. And so you guys took that, and during that class, Ava and Oculus were throwing notes at each other, and they got detention.
I'm gonna
Because
speak
they
up
were-
on Oculus' behalf. It was entirely Ava throwing notes at Oculus, just 100%.
But she was replying too,
Aquis
and
was
throwing
also
them back.
replying and throwing
Naughty.
notes.
Okay, well, whose side are we on here?
And Vanderpool is very new at teaching and didn't know what to do. So they were like, detention, I guess. So you can all go and collect mushrooms in the forest.
Attention, I
I think-
guess.
It'll be a fun time. Also, I have to find somebody to watch your detention because I just gave it to you and I'm not doing it. So Toivo decided to go along with
The
the group in the
headmaster.
forest. Yes, the headmaster, who just wanted to spend time with your group. So
He's got nothing better to do.
nothing he'd rather do so he decided to tag along with you guys, and unfortunately he became possessed by a certain demon that we have encountered in the past named Malphas. Malphas is a demon that was prominent in first year, that basically he is a evil guy who wants to
He's an evil guy. He's
claim
an evil demon
Excalibur.
backboard.
Yeah.
Evil little guy.
But right now he's just trolling Eero, like that's his big thing right now. So he was basically baiting Eero to enter Toivo's mind. And if you would like to see the whole scene, I encourage you go watch it last episode towards the end. It's a very good scene. And it ends up that Eero got a parchment through that exchange. They had to come up from Toivo's mind. They barely made it out. The TN to make it out of Toivo's mind was 30, and they rolled cumulatively a 32. So it was actually quite a dangerous endeavor that they did. And there was a lot of bad things that could have happened, but thankfully Oculus and Neora were there to help Eero in that. So we come back to the scene where Toivo's on the ground. Conway is kind of sitting over them. Him and Maris and Calvic were calling them up out of that memory. And I'm gonna switch the music because this is not the vibe right now, I don't think. Okay.
Great vibe,
Let's see. Yeah. Let's switch it to this. It's a little forest ambiance. Okay. All right. So, Eero, Oculus, Neora, you are just out of Toivo's memory. You've been given some pretty hefty information in there. And Conway looks at all of you, and his face is so serious and so just dumbstruck by what you guys have attempted to do. And he says to you, "What the hell were you just doing in there?"
We have full control over our bodies already. Like, we're awake and we're able to move and do stuff.
I believe so, yeah. You'd be sitting up at this point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Eero's getting
Probably
up.
feel a little dizzy.
Yeah, and is looking at Toivo. Is he okay? Like, is he still unconscious? What's going on with Toivo?
Toivo, he is looking a lot better than he was. His eyes are fluttering and he opens them slowly and he's coming back. He's coming to very slowly and he starts to sit up on an elbow. And he looks around and he's like, "What happened?"
It's very complicated. Are you okay? How do you feel? How do you feel?
I have a splitting headache, but other than that, I suppose it's fine. What happened? Why am I on the ground? Are we not collecting mushrooms anymore?
We can collect mushrooms.
No, we can't. And that's Conway. He cuts in.
I'm just gonna sit down. Everyone cool? Yeah, sweet.
Jesus
Yeah,
Christ,
Conway,
Nora.
you're bleeding from the face. If you want to,
I'm
look
fine.
at that.
I'm fine. It's cool. Good.
Conway, can you please help with that? We can get please help.
It's not really up.
Please.
I'm good.
Fine. No, stop. Everybody stop. Neora, I'm coming to you. Sit down. And
Yep.
Conway will come over to you, Neora, and starts to attend to your ear, which is bleeding, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
And he starts grabbing some herbs, probably from your pack, because you probably carry a lot of that stuff.
Neora handed a bunch of it to Ava, knowing this would happen.
Oh, Ava's just holding it all. She doesn't know what to do with it. She's like, here. She just gives. She starts holding it out, and Conway just starts taking it and starts like mashing it and like making a salve out of it. He starts to focus in on you, Neora, for the moment, and Toivo's just.
I'm
Oh,
fine.
go ahead.
I'm fine, Conway. Yeah, I know. I'm fine.
You're bleeding from your brain,
Yeah,
Neora.
well, because I just had to do that. But yeah,
You had to do that, huh?
in order to not like watch someone get consumed by a demon or some shit. Yeah.
A demon? What are you talking about?
So, you know those interrogations. Turns out something shit's going on. Hero, would you like to explain why a demon was calling out to you? Please.
Wait, that's what that was?
Well, it's very complicated. It's
Complicated.
Really, there's a lot of factors that are at play in this situation, I think. And people are bleeding out of their face, and Toivo just has a demon seizure on the ground. So,
A demon seizure. And Conway looks around at all of you, and as he's kind of narrowing his eyes, looking around, trying to read all of your faces, you will feel Toivo's hand settle on your shoulder, and he says, "It's okay, Eero. You can say what you need to."
oh man.
I'm in pain, but I'm not mad at you, just clarifying.
And Conway will be, "Well, I'm mad. Like, we need to. I just don't think this is okay. Can you all walk?"
Yeah, probably.
I can carry you.
I'm good.
You
I
sure?
can carry someone too.
Okay. Calvic, you carry Neora. Maris, you
Good.
carry Eero.
Okay.
I can walk. I'm fine. I can walk.
Piggyback.
Maybe an arm, Cal. Yeah.
Whatever you want.
Cool.
Let's go somewhere else. Apparently, if there's demons possessing people, then maybe we shouldn't be out here right now.
It's not location, but we can talk about it inside.
I'm glad you're aware of that. Let's go. We're going to my room.
Yeah, probably wise.
And
It's your first time, isn't it?
Mr. Conway will give you a sour look.
Sorry,
Cal.
not the time or the place.
Just
Come on, Nora.
Just question real quick. Are we bringing Ava with us for this? Or are we just
No.
gonna... Okay.
detention is over. Go back to your coven, Ava.
Even
Ava's
if I
like-
see a lot of things happen there.
It's
like,
true. I did bring the water, so like maybe I
That's
should
not
be
Ava.
here.
Not what I'm saying.
Well, I did see it go down.
Are you okay?
Me?
Yes.
I mean, yeah, I wasn't the one who went into somebody's mind.
Mm-hmm.
And Conway just visibly gets more like just irritated, and he's like,
Okay,
"Let's
Ava, do you
go."
want to go back and go have a nap in a bath or something, and I'll catch up with you later?
I feel like I need to be here for moral support.
Ava, we're good.
Ava, fuck off.
Wow. Okay. Fine. It's not like I didn't bring the water that saved your life or anything, but
It did nothing, just like you always do. Leave.
okay. Well, good luck with your probably a whole year of detention. Bye.
Bye.
Pleasure as always, Ava.
Later. And she'll walk off. She'll go to the lake and take an elemental back to the castle. And let's skip a little bit, unless you guys are planning to kind of talk throughout the travel. Conway will lead you back to his dorm room. He will let you all in. He helps Toivo walk as well. I mean, Toivo seems like he's okay. It's just he's being very like attentive towards him to make sure he doesn't fall again. So once the door is shut, he will draw a line across in front of his door, and he'll start drawing sigils real quick, and you can tell he's doing that around his door as if to do some kind of protection spell. And he will turn and he will motion towards the table. Let me go ahead and change. I think Conway's. There we go. His room is here. Okay. He'll motion towards the chairs and the table in the middle of his room, and he will look expectantly. Riley, get out of here.
Riley, you fuck off. Also.
Riley, go
Oh,
home.
Riley.
And he will look expectantly to all of you, and he will not sit down, and he will say, explain.
Okay, so there's there's a couple different levels that are happening here. So what you saw was, does everybody remember last year there was a demon?
No, I don't remember that, weirdly enough.
Yeah, you weren't there.
You missed a whole
remember,
bunch.
like, Malfoz and being down under the water and going to his house and killing his birds and everything. That's everybody remembers. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I did something very stupid in his house with you. You were there. So I didn't do something. Well, when I sacrificed my wand,
Yeah.
it looks like it was not just my wand that he accepted. It looks like the source of the wand is what he accepted. So he's been visiting. But my wand was made of my mom, Toivo's mom, Sana's mom, Oliver mom, right? The great mother tree. So Malfoz has been visiting a little bit, just at night, like dream stuff so far, just dreams. And I've been trying to deal with it. Like at first I thought like it was just something that was happening to me. I was like, I had some nightmares. He was bugging me. He kept going, would you like infinite power? And I was like, no, thank you. But apparently he's been like, he kept going, do you want to sit on the throne made out of your family's bodies? And I was like, no. But then he was showing it to Sana, and I think he might have been showing it to Toivo, and I think he might have been showing it to my whole family. I don't know. I was working on it. So today was, I guess, not so much a dream, because he kind of, we were out in the dungeon in the woods, and he kind of took Toivo and said, if you want me to leave Toivo, you're gonna do something, I guess. Is everybody with me so far? No thoughts, no questions?
Oh, lots of questions, Eero, but
Great. Please hold your questions until the end of lecture, and I will do my best to get to all of you. So this afternoon, before Toivo collapsed, we went to a seminar of Professor Vanderpool, who was telling us about how to travel through time through memories in other people's brains.
What?
It was all very theoretical, but also here's
Yeah, I was
exactly
gonna
how you
bring
do
that
it
up
and all
to
the
you. I
tools
made
that you need to
notes
do
for
it.
Yeah, that's
Um,
not a great. You might want
I
to
made
talk to her.
notes to go share
Conway.
with you about that. We'll get to it.
She was teaching you how to time travel through mind magic?
Yeah.
Or sorry,
Yeah,
they?
they said it was all theoretical and we shouldn't ever do it except in this group together. And
So we did in class, and it was mostly, I guess, kosher because they're licensed or something, I think. But then out there, I don't know, Malphos was like, so I see you've learned this new thing. He wanted me to see something specific. And I don't totally know why, but there's things that he wants me to know and to do, or he was trying to show me what he could teach me, or there's something that he wants that is unknown to me other than fuck with me and my family specifically. So that's what we were doing, I guess, going into Toivo's memories and then going into Kuliki's memories and then getting.
So you went into several memories, several different people's memories.
I think it was just too deep, but it was about
Do you remember how long ago you traveled back?
I think 517 years, if my math is right. Because it was when Kiliki was my age, so it would have been, yes, about that.
And you made it back somehow.
That was not me.
That
That was almost entirely Niora and Aklis who got us.
Yeah. You also see why I couldn't let them go in by themselves, yeah? Like, I am the most... I know it's not a good idea for me to do my magic, but, like, objectively, I am the one with the most, like, practical experience and knowledge.
I understand the situation you were being put in.
Like,
But I also understand how badly this could have turned out, and I'm not quite sure you all do.
I'm aware, but I'm also not letting what happened to me happen to Hero or Aklis, so I'm, you know...
wait, what could have happened if they couldn't get back out? Like,
they could not get back out. Exactly, they'd be trapped. And there would be people who would have to go in and get them, and could possibly also be trapped. That's a deep, deep, deep amount of space that you traveled into.
Yep.
Traveled back into.
Mm-hmm.
It's extremely dangerous.
I mean, otherwise it stays in Toivo's brain, so it didn't seem like optional.
Okay. I'm not happy that you all engaged in mind magic and time magic. You could get expelled for that. We're not going to talk about that. We're not going to mention it.
Mm-hmm.
I am going to mention it to Professor Vanderpool, and that I am going to chew her ass out for introducing that lesson to you.
There's my notes if you want a more detailed rundown.
He's going to grab it, and he's going to roll up the paper and just be pointing it at all of you as he talks.
Mm-hmm.
I need you to promise me that you will not do that again.
I promise I will not engage in that with the outside situation of saving someone's life again.
I need you to promise me that you will grab a teacher, a professor, if you are
Conway,
forced into a corner to do that again.
Conway, with all the respect in the world, how?
It
The
took
same
a long
way
time for
Maris
me
did it.
But it took a long time, Master Conway.
We were done by the time you got here.
I don't know what would have happened to Toivo if no one had done anything while I went to get you.
Conway, let me ask you, would you not do it if it's any of us?
Yes, but I'm a professor.
Okay, when you were a kid, clearly you did the exact same thing as us, because I know you did the exact same thing as us, because we're all part of the same bloody... You did it too.
I just need
Ava was
you...
trying to save family. That's what we do.
And I get that, but also I cannot have you all doing incredibly dangerous magic incredibly lethal magic that's going to get you all lost in the vast expanse of time where no one can find you again because you're trying to save people and you have, I can't say no skills to do it because you came back alive somehow, but you're not trained to do that. It's talk some sense into them, Toivo. He looks over to Toivo, and Toivo is just taking all of this and he's nodding. And he looks up to all of you, and he looks to you, Eero, specifically, I think, and he will say, so, your wand, I wonder if there's any way for us to get it back. I imagine that's the cause of all of this, right? That's what you were saying? I think you're okay. I could not hear you.
I don't know if it's the kind of thing that you can take back. You know why? It's because it's not using my actual microphone. Let me try again. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Much much better.
Okay. Like, what do you mean? They're looking right in. They said that they don't think it's the kind of thing that they can take back, or that they don't know.
I appreciate that you did that to save my life. I just don't know if I want you all sacrificing yourselves to do that if it happens again.
Well, it's my fault that it's happening in the first place. So if anyone's going to be sacrificing themselves, it should. I'm sorry, Niora, that you had to. Thank you for coming in. And I'm very grateful that you came in, but I also wish that you didn't because your face is bleeding and I don't want you to have your brain blow up because I did something stupid.
Oh, I'm fine.
Eero, it's not your fault. It was a mistake. You didn't know that was going to happen.
We were trying to save someone's life there. We make decisions in snap moments. It's not always the best ones. That's kind of how life works.
Yeah.
Like, we were all there when you threw it. None of us stopped you.
I don't really give you an opportunity to, but...
You know what I mean?
It's good to know this is happening, though. So, is this the demonic activity that Professor Malakota was talking about then?
At least it means no students are, doing anything. It's more of an active possession thing, I suppose. That's more manageable, I think.
If we tracked it down, then yes, we could possibly get rid of it. I'm not happy that it's targeting all of you. That's not good. But we'll just have to keep a close eye on everybody, make sure everybody is safe. And Conway looks just between all of you and he will say, okay, so this demon has connections to you, Eero, Toivo, and Sana because of the sacrifice you had to make in the temple last year. That's where the demonic activity is coming from. We will just have to monitor you three and see if we can somehow catch the demon while it's working its magic on you both, all three of you.
Well, if it's affecting their dreams, maybe... I don't know, is anything... like... It's birds in the temple last year, yeah? Can we track bird activity?
I mean, it wouldn't
They
hurt.
turned Malakota into a bird.
What I'll do is I'll assign all of you and you, Eero, to just kind of keep an eye on Eero's dreams.
Yep.
I'll keep an eye on Toivo's dreams. I have some dream magic that I can work on. And then Sana's coven can keep track of Sana. And we'll see if we can figure out if there's a pattern to this happening.
Okay.
We'll just draw up a schedule of who gets to watch Eero sleep every night. This will be really fun. I'll make hot cocoa.
Yeah, Eero will just like spoon in your bed for a little while, just like all of us.
Perfect.
Okay.
Oh, there we go. I don't have a bed still, so this works out nicely for me. I'll take first shift.
Okay.
And then you can just sleep in whatever bed is empty.
Oh, I love this plan.
if we can pin down the moment that the demon is present in Eero's mind, then we can possibly try to catch it in some kind of exorcism.
Okay, that's good.
But I would just be exercising it from me specifically, right? Like it wouldn't exercise it from Toivo or from Sana or my family.
Well, assumedly, it'd be exercising from all of you, because
Okay.
if it's affecting you, it's affecting everybody.
Okay.
We can also work on a charm. I'll see if I can work on a charm to try to get it to help in that process, to keep it away. I don't really know what demon I'm working with here, so.
I mean, it's Malphaz.
I mean,
It's absolutely Malphaz.
Oh, it's Malphas. Oh,
yeah.
okay.
He has said. Well, I mean, he's heavily implied that it is him, and he said like the birds and stuff. So we know him, and we know that
Right.
he beat your ass, not specifically your ass, but like
the teachers.
a squadron of professors last year. So I don't know if a single exorcism when I'm taking a nap is going to do it, but
Yeah.
But maybe he's more vulnerable in that state.
Yeah, he's not really possessing anyone directly, per se.
I will just have to get the professors in on this, and we can see what we can do then. We can see what we can do, and for now, all I can say is I'm going to figure out, I'm going to make sure you guys are away from campus for a little while, at least this weekend, so we can figure that out.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
If I get a bed, I'm in.
Okay. Just don't do time magic again, please. I know saving lives or whatever the fuck, but don't.
Yeah, no,
don't.
Yeah,
Just
agree.
don't.
It wasn't really an intentional, going in.
I know it's not
Okay.
intentional, but I need you to use your brains a little more. I just don't want to lose anyone again like that, okay?
This feels like a conversation that needs to be had when tensions and emotions are not this high. Deal? Let's go to bed.
Conroy will shoot you a look, Calvic, and be like, I need you to all promise that.
I'm just saying I think
Conway
we
would
have
promise.
each heard one another and neither side is going to make a move right now. I think we need to cool off and come
Conway,
back to
yeah,
this.
You're right. We're sorry.
Oh, well, there we go.
Look, I know you're just saying that for me to go away,
I'm not.
but I
Conway.
trust all of you to make the smart decision here. And he's looking at Eero as he says it.
don't tend to make a lot of those, but I appreciate.
That's why you have your coven. You have to lean back on them more.
Yeah.
We can do some trust fall exercises later if that would help.
Yeah.
Can we go to bed?
Yes,
Yeah,
please.
let's get about
Go to bed.
Also, Conway, I know it's easier not just saying it, it's easier said than done, but you won't lose us, yeah?
I'm going to
Yeah,
hold
be
you to
careful.
that.
I know. You can't wait if I don't.
Have a good night. Go to sleep.
And you.
Watch Eero.
Will do. Hey,
Calvic walks behind Eero.
Toivo will, as you guys get up and start to leave, Toivo will stand and he will go over to Eero and kind of offer his hands go up kind of like that too, to try to offer a hug.
Eero will give him a hug and feel so crushingly guilty the whole time.
Toivo will bring you close in for a hug and he will just say quietly in your ear, I'm glad you're okay. Get some sleep, okay?
If Eero opens his mouth now, he's going to explain a lot more than he would currently like to explain to Toivo. So she just kind of nods, gives him that hug, and then Vince walks a little robotically out the door, does some speed walking back to the dorm room.
Conway will shut the door when all of you are out and you'll just hear on the other side,
Mm-hmm. He loves us.
He does. That's kind of out of concern. Yeah, be all good. Hero.
What the hell, Eero?
Okay, not the time.
Can we wait until we get back into the dorm room?
Yeah,
please?
let's all go sit down.
I have some elaborating to do that I thought.
What?
Okay.
I was concerned about Conway's blood pressure, and also I don't want Toivo to be concerned about anything ever. But if we leave this weekend, the demonic activity is not leaving with us.
What do you
Okay.
mean?
Let's.
Calvic
Get
walks to
inside.
the drink cart. Of course it isn't.
Nero's just gonna push everyone into the room.
Oh, I assumed we just walked across the hall and went in.
Yeah. We're in there. We're in there.
Okay. Would you like to elaborate?
If it helps, I didn't intend to make it any of your problem.
That's not a great
None
start.
of us
That's
ever
not
do, and
how
yet,
this whole coven thing works.
and yet.
So you know who knows Malphas really well, and is just and fair and always holds up their deals and like finds things and knows things.
Hero now.
Eero? What are you doing? What did you do? Oh my god, Eero, did you make me lie to a teacher?
No, you didn't lie. You did not lie. I didn't tell you, so you didn't have to lie. You've done nothing wrong. I'm the only one who's done anything wrong, and the fact that I didn't involve you to begin with means that you haven't done anything wrong. So I shouldn't even be telling you now, honestly. Honestly, I shouldn't be telling you now, because then you'd continue to not be doing anything wrong.
That's not, no,
Okay,
that's
Eero.
not how it works. What did you
Please tell
do?
us.
What's going on?
So Calvic, I don't know if you've heard of a person named Visago. They're very intelligent, and they're very interested in me specifically in the same way that Malphas is, and I do not understand why. I still do not understand why demons are like, yes, love it, love what you've got going on. Maybe I'm just particularly corruptible, and they're like, this bitch stupid, let's talk to them. I don't know.
You're
But
not stupid.
Ocklys and I, and you can't yell at Ocklys because she's not even here, have been like at the end of last year, I just reached out to them and they said we could chat further. There have been no deals really, other than I asked them a question and they said that they'd be willing to answer it.
Is it another fucking
What?
demon?
That sounds like a
It's
deal.
another demon. It's another seemingly elder demon, I think. I don't know.
It's a just loyal demon that always holds up their end of the bargain.
Yeah,
We
but
don't know who
I
wrote
have
that.
some
That
text
could have been written by Visago.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. It was in the library.
That's like in my autobiography. I say I always do everything flawlessly. I've never done anything wrong in my life. That's not a reliable source.
So far, it's actually been working pretty well, honestly. Like, because originally it was just I was going to ask because they're a patron of finding things, right? And I've been looking for the goddamn parchment paper, which Malphas did give me one, which is
wait, what?
We'll broach that.
yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yes, we'll explain.
That's
Oh my,
later.
there's so much to explain. Okay.
In a minute.
But Visago was just going to help me find them, and we've not even done that yet because instead I've spent the entirety of this year going, does Malphas actually have control over my entire family? Yes or no? And they haven't responded yet, but
I hate to say yes, but
It's kind
It
of seeming
seems-
that way.
yeah.
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 So I don't think we can leave campus, right? We need to. That temple's gonna have some answers, yeah?
What? I don't understand why we have to leave campus to be safe.
Because we are directly on top of a temple of Malphas. Like,
Right, yeah. I forgot.
and if it's influenced, I don't know, it's proximity based. I don't know how it works, but like we are
I mean, maybe
geographically.
because I didn't have any dreams of him over the summer, right? When I was in general Scandinavia. Okay.
Well then, so why don't you want to leave? Wouldn't it make sense to just not be here for a little bit? and like bring Sana and Toivo, and we'll just do a field trip to not on top of his temple?
Well, if we do leave this weekend, I'm gonna need to get that mirror out of the castle first.
Why?
Like it's got because otherwise they're gonna find it and they're gonna they're gonna ask a lot of questions about why it's still down there.
Okay, we should probably tell Conway. Not tonight, Conway.
That is an option that we can consider.
Aero, Conway's always had our backs.
There's a chance that Malakota's going to say something at some point anyway.
Yeah.
Malakota's a bird. Who listens to Malakota?
Fucking Lazarus.
Why does nobody think Lazarus is summoning the demons, huh? Just because I'm the one who actually is. Why aren't they blaming him for it?
I was originally blaming Lazarus. I blamed Lazarus yesterday. But here we are now. Very much not Lazarus.
Oh. Yeah.
I literally blamed Lazarus yesterday in front of you all.
That's true. And you know what I didn't do? I didn't actually... Never mind.
What?
No, please go on.
I didn't actually lie yesterday. I just didn't say anything, so it's not...
Hey, do you know what we call that? A lie of omission.
Okay, but none of this is important right now. Okay, look, Aero, I really wish you had told us sooner, but I'm glad you're telling us now.
I kind of thought it was the sort of plan you guys wouldn't be wild about.
I'm not wild about it. I'm not gonna lie to you,
Well,
Aero.
yeah.
But
also,
my family is dying, and it doesn't look like there's a lot that I can do about it.
But
and these guys have given me... I got another one, right?
Yeah.
I'm halfway there now because of...
Yeah, no, I get it. Hero, and we also saw some truths about that's information.
That's a whole other thing that I'm not going to explain now, because then that'll be the entire session of me just explaining everything that happened last session. We'll talk about it later. Yeah.
Okay.
So look, I get it. I still would have wished you'd have told me. Like, even if I'm not thrilled about something you do, I'm still gonna support you. That's what friends do.
And
After we occasionally try to talk you out of it.
Yeah, obviously. But like, I'm not gonna let you do it alone.
I just want to know why you didn't say anything about your dreams. Because, like,
That
there was
definitely.
a whole thing last year where, I had nightmares and I was talking to you guys about it and I wasn't, like...
They're not, I think nightmares and being possessed by a demon's...
But it's
I mean,
still...
frankly, I'm not surprised you didn't tell me, but, like, them is confusing.
You guys actually spied on me half of last year. I would appreciate at least a little bit of honesty moving forward.
It's fair.
Maris, your nightmares weren't your fault.
That is also true, and I'm still sorry for that.
But I don't know that these were your fault.
They would not have happened if I didn't make the decision that I made last year, so...
Except we were in a place where... What other decision did we have to make? Like, we were stuck again, and so it... If we're blaming people, then blame Malakota for summoning a demon in the first place. And if he hadn't done that, and he hadn't gotten rid of Zola Thorn, we wouldn't have had to do any of that. So it's Malakota's fault.
It's all that bluebird's fault.
I don't like birds.
Yeah, we don't hold you accountable for... Talking to Visago afterwards, not your best idea. I'll give you. I get it.
Iro, can I ask you a question? Would you do it again?
Yes.
You guys are all capable of incredible things, right? You are all deeply competent, magical people. I am not. The options of things that I can do are extremely limited, and they are finding people who can do things.
You vomited on your sister the other week.
Yay! Great! I can throw up. I'm so glad.
Yeah, Yeah. I
But
know.
you're smarter than anyone else I know. And that doesn't count for nothing. Like, that's a big thing.
I'll just think at my family until they aren't sick anymore, I guess.
No, but you. That's not what I mean, Eero.
Oh, you're being very nice, and I appreciate how nice you are. I do, and I appreciate that you guys are all being so patient and gentle and understanding about me summoning a demon and not telling you about my other demon possession and doing just stupid dumbass bullshit all the time. You can be mad at me because I did things wrong and I continue to do things wrong, okay?
But you're also halfway there with the parchment. So you did something right too.
Maybe.
I would like you to do something like with us helping you, because things are going to go wrong in the process, and I would like to be there for you. I don't want to be panicking when your family has a demon fit in the middle of a floor and then has to go into my magic unprepared. I'd like to have tools next time.
The idea was that if you didn't know about it, then you wouldn't have to have your brain bleed about it. But it
I don't
does.
want to get that option.
Yeah.
We're family too, Eero.
Thanks.
If Malva's going to fuck with your family, that kind of also includes us, not in the same literal sense, you know what I mean?
Thank you. And sorry. And if you want to see the mirror, no, you probably don't. You probably don't want to see the mirror. If it helps, I don't have to have the blood of somebody on the verge of death to summon them. Like, it's pretty.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, I haven't had to kill anyone.
Don't
Lead with that next time, maybe.
Great. I just remembered it just now, but like, there's been no deaths. There's been no deaths nor requested deaths. Everything has been.
I'm not gonna lie. I thought you may have been leading towards the mouse population decline.
No, that's not.
No, that is
Okay.
absolutely Madison. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go ahead and claim that for Madison. Madison is doing that.
That feels like another discussion too.
We'll get
Yeah,
to
I
that.
agree. I have to follow up with her on that.
Yeah.
because
Yeah,
now
let's
she-
talk about Madison.
No, we'll
Okay,
circle back
before
to
we
that.
do, just is anyone okay? Is anyone hurt?
I'm physically fine, I think.
Yeah, mentally and emotionally.
Dip below average.
Solid 4 out of 10.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, we can live with 4 for now.
I think I maybe time to let Eero sleep this one off.
Yep.
We're still going to be here in the morning. One of us is going to be watching you sleep all night. And we'll tackle this then.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So we'll get
Bedtime?
some sleep, and we'll go get breakfast, and then we'll, I don't know, go on a field trip or something.
I've never asked this before. Do you brush your teeth? Do you need to brush your teeth?
Do you have teeth?
Yes,
have teeth.
they have teeth.
Usually
I
I
don't think
just
he
sort
has
of like
teeth.
wax them.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Go wax your teeth. We'll get stuff set up. We'll draw straws, figure out who's going to watch you
I'll
for the first
watch.
shift.
I can't sleep yet. I'll watch.
Fair enough.
Eero will trudge pathetically, wax their teeth, lay in their jeans face down on their bed, and try to go to sleep.
So, do you want me sat awkwardly? Or do you want me spooning you?
Do whatever you feel is necessary and is least inconvenient for you.
I feel like sat on a chair just watching you be a little uncomfortable for you. So I'm just gonna Neola just lie on her back next to Biro. Kind of give her his hand a bit of a squeeze. You good?
I would love for something to not be my fault.
It's not your fault. Me
Working on
breaking
it.
my brain, definitely my fault. This was you trying to help someone. Not your fault.
Well, while we wait for Cal to come back, Maris, how are you feeling right now, having heard that information?
There's a lot going on in her head. She is. I think the big thing is that she's really hurt that Iro didn't say anything, because she has been trying so hard to follow Conway's instructions and not do everything on her own and like be part of the team and try to have the whole coven working together, and then to find out that Iro's been doing all of this without saying anything and going through all of this without saying anything. She's got her feelings hurt. And she's also really not thrilled that, you know, there's communicating with demons and that there was mind magic and time magic and all this stuff that we're not supposed to do is happening. And yeah, she's probably not gonna sleep for a while too. She's really not feeling thrilled about this.
Okay. All right. Does Calvic have feelings on it as well?
I think Calvic feels a little bit of like he's just trying to catch up. I think the more and more stuff like this happens, the more he realizes how much he was not there to, like, not only just how much he missed them, but also how much he like didn't have the I feel like moments like this happen and he feels almost like an outside observer, like almost like I don't have not that he doesn't have a voice, but like I didn't experience all of this, like stuff with the demon last year, with Malphas, and with all of this, and so he starts to feel like someone just listening to the story and like, right, Cal? And he goes, oh yeah, of course, like, yeah. And I think he's having a little bit of internal just like sadness struggle, but his sadness struggle is far less important than everything else going on right now. So he's probably, I mean, just the fact that he's being a bit more reserved or trying to make light of most of what's going on, not make light, just like willing to crack a joke about cuddling with Iro in the middle of the night and, you know, whatever. I think that's probably where that's coming from.
Yeah, kind of trying to hide how he's really feeling. Oh,
yeah.
Okay. All right. I think we got an impression of what Neora's feeling, where it's like you can.
Neora gets it. Neora is mad Iro did not say anything.
Understandable.
But Neora gets it, and yelling at Iro right now is not going to make anything better. Neora would much rather just go to sleep and let Iro rest, but Neora's kind of attitude of, when I was going through this, the last thing I needed was my friends berating me about it, so let's just be sympathetic about it. It sucks. You made a bad decision. Yeah. Pick up tomorrow.
Throughout the night, Iro, you do not have any dreams. You don't have any nightmares. It's a very like dark, like dreamless kind of sleep. There are strange things I feel like you all notice now that you're hyper aware of the fact that things are happening. Like you might hear the flapping of wings outside your window in the middle of the night, like split second passing by. Probably if anyone has a candle lit at all, it goes out randomly. Iro, where do you keep your parchment?
Damn, that's a good question. I think I very likely keep it under or behind the are they called soul coins? The massive
The
coins
obels.
that Achilles gave me.
So you'll notice probably if you wake up in the morning, the one that you had received the night prior is on the floor. It fell off the shelf and it's just sitting on the floor. Little things like that. Nothing dramatic, no dreams, but little things.
You ever see it move if Neora was staying awake all night?
Yeah, you would see it roll and just fall off.
I assumed we were taking the night in shifts, but if Neora thought she was just going to pull an
Neora
all-nighter.
was. People were welcome to join Neora, but Neora did not sleep.
Okay.
I'm happy to. I will be taking penalties the next day because Nero's already exhausted.
Yeah. And the Friday morning rolls around. Probably feels too early. The sun comes up.
It always feels too early.
And you hear the shuffling of activity of students shouting outside in the hall, outside on the grounds, as people start getting up for the day and getting ready.
Nero will wake Nero up with a hug.
Eero's favorite way to wake up. A
Yeah.
hug.
Morning, Nero.
And
Good morning. I have nothing to say. Danny
Yeah,
could
get up.
continue. I'm just body acting.
you get a knock on the door as per usual.
If it's
Calvic pops up from doing his begrudging morning push-ups. I'll get it. Ow.
And when you
walks to the door.
go to the door, Farkas is standing there until
Is
he
Farkas
can-
also shirtless?
no, he's wearing like a tight tank
Okay.
top type. He's wearing his running equipment.
Love it. Hey, morning, Farkas.
Hey, is Maris there?
Ready.
Oh,
yep.
yeah.
And she doesn't say anything to anyone else and just joins Farkas.
Calvic probably tries to catch her eye to be like, "You're good," and she just like, he's like, "Oh, okay, have a good run."
And as you're on your run, maybe I'll change the music a little.
Yeah, this has definitely set a tone, and I love it.
I mean, I could keep it, but it's so somber.
I don't know. Is this the mood we're still in, Danny?
The somber episode.
You know, I don't know. It kind of feels like it might be, but let's change it and see. So I'll do this one. This is our casual.
Casual mystery.
I don't know why the beginning of this noise change sounded like "Bring Me to Life" by Evanescence. But I was like, oh my god, what are we?
You love that. Now I'm not ever gonna not think of that when I put that song on.
Yeah, that's
Well,
now.
once I
the
send
rest
you
of
a really
our-
good video on Instagram, then you're never going to be able to hear the video I send because it's even worse and it's wonderful. But please continue.
Okay, so Farkas is running with you, Maris. You step out into the cold, and it's a chill autumn day. It truly does feel like it's autumn now. And he will look to you, kind of side eye you as you're running. He can sense something is up, but he will instead just say, "So you ready for Samhain coming up?"
I guess there's not a lot to do to get ready for it, though, right? Just
I don't know. I mean, it's not really a holiday that I celebrate very often. It's kind of a thing
okay.
that I feel like most chromatic society does, but it
Yeah.
seems like it's fun.
I mean, my parents have done stuff at the house in the past, but I'm not going to be there this year, so
Yeah, I don't know what the school's gonna do, but we'll see. It's coming up next week.
I bet they'll have a dance now that we're not doing Cap the Bat everything all the time. Lyle
That
would
would be
totally
fun.
want us to do a dance.
Yeah, that would be fun. I'm always down for a dance party.
Yeah, it's
Speaking
kinda
of
fun.
parties and stuff, I was wondering maybe you want to go, out or something this weekend, tomorrow.
I would love it. Conway might have the coven doing something, but if he isn't, I would love to go with you.
Oh, okay. Coven outing.
Yeah, we're bonding and we're
Oh, that sounds fun, right? You like your coven.
usually.
Usually, huh? Are you guys fighting or something?
Kinda. It's fine. And but yeah, Conway might have us do a thing to get over ourselves. It'll be fine. But if he
Here.
doesn't, I would really love to go do stuff with you.
This way. And he grabs your arm
Oh.
and he kind of sharply brings you in down a hallway, and he looks behind him and he starts to take you down another hall. He's like, "I'm trying to see if we can lose Maggie."
Of course, yeah. And she tries not to giggle and just goes with it.
And you guys will pick up the pace. She'll run, And when you turn another corner, he will kind of look around real quick, and then he will pin you to the wall with an arm, and he will just steal a kiss.
Oh yeah, there's no complaints there.
And he will keep that kiss as long as he can before his ear twitches a little, and you notice he thinks he might hear Maggie somewhere in the distance, and he draws back his lips, and a couple inches from your face, he'll look in your eyes and he'll say, "You sure you're okay?"
I will be. Like I said, it's coven stuff. But that helped.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that I could cheer you up so early in the morning. Start you off right.
That's the best way to start a day. Well, except for the days that you started in my bed, but that's another. We can't do that right now. We gotta get rid
Not
of
yet.
Maggie.
We do. I don't know what to do. Maybe we'll have a get rid of Maggie plan or something.
That
sounds bad though. Like, I don't want to kill her or anything.
No, just like remove her from our proximity for a while. Let me get back on better terms with my coven, and then I'll use all their big brains, and we'll come up with something. Because they all know who Maggie is, and they know about us, so I'm sure I could get them on board helping.
Yeah, okay. And I'll see you tomorrow, maybe?
I hope so.
I think there's something in the village happening, so maybe we could check it out.
Yeah, I'll let you know what the plan is. I'll find out before end of day today.
Okay. And he runs off. Well, actually, he'll run you back to your dorm because you're heading back to your dorm, right? Okay. He'll run you back to your dorm, and he'll steal one more quick kiss before he heads back to change.
Maris is in a better mood when she walks back in.
Good.
Good run, huh?
Yeah, it was.
Good. Seems like you needed it.
Yeah, maybe.
Are we going to classes today, or are we flunking?
We're going to classes today.
Yeah, we have to go to class. That's the whole
We
school
go to
thing.
sex ed.
Is Conway going to class today, or is he flunking?
That noise was in character.
Well, if Conway doesn't go, we don't have to go, right?
If there was literally one class you actually wanted to go to, would it not be the sex ed class?
Absolutely, I do not want to go to that
on.
class. It is the only class that I am failing.
And Oglis loves it. She's doing so well in it.
Aklis is doing
Wait,
really
Eero,
well.
you can tell me with a straight face that the one class you're failing is not the class you have a drive to do better in?
When you put it that way, it feels a little bit different.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It feels a little
Here I
bit
am,
like having the talk
here
with my
to
dad.
Restructure the way you think. Or I should really start a brand.
I'm already running Gavers, I can run yours too.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Yeah,
We'll talk.
okay.
Hey, how's your brain?
Ow.
Leaking? Or are we past? Are we done with leaking?
It's mostly just a migraine.
As
I
long as
think.
it's inside, that's what's important.
Yeah, it just hurts on the inside. That's what it's meant to hurt.
Do you need
It's where
anything
that's
for
where
it?
pain is supposed to be. Keep it on the under the shelf. There's a shelf in your mid-abdomen. Just keep everything under there till it all
It's like
spurts
internal
out.
bleeding. Internal bleeding's perfectly fine. The blood's meant to be inside
Totally
you.
fine. Totally fine.
Okay, you guys gonna go to class?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Ira's going to, and I don't think we have to have a scene about this necessarily, but Ira's going to rock on down to the LURK's dorm room. Like, did not get you coffee, want to talk to Lennox. Try to see if I can just go. So not right now, obviously, because you have classes and everything, but when or if you get an opportunity, if you could, I don't know, if we could meet for lunch or something like that. I would like to talk to you about things. I
Okay.
think.
Yeah, because I wanted to ask you about some people too, because I'm trying to figure a thing out and I'm not having any luck. So.
Okay, I'm pretty good at figuring things out. Not great at talking, but we'll find.
Yeah, talking's overrated.
Cool. So we will figure things out over
Lunch?
You're having dinner at Nimue? Lunch?
Yeah, Nimue at lunch. Okay, yeah.
Nimue lunch. Okay. Bye. head down and go to class.
Okay, so you all walk into sex ed and mental health and well-being, magical wealth, health and well-being.
Magical wealth.
Magical wealth. Exactly. Economics, but for your
Magical
body.
wealth and hell being. That is the name of our coven. Actually, sorry, go ahead. Okay.
Man, if only we didn't know that. Okay, so you walk in and you notice that Professor Conway, is not teaching the class today. He is calling in sick.
Neo walks in, starts turning around, second Conway's not there, and Maris just grabs Neo and Neo goes, ah!
Standing instead at the front is Syndra. Syndra has a paper in her hand and she's looking down at it, frowning, kind of trying to figure out what kind of disaster they've left for her to teach. And as everyone starts to sit down, you'll notice that the class is a little bit more attended than usual. And it might be because people saw who was teaching it and came in.
Everybody wants to take sex ed with Syndra.
And she looks across all of you and she will say, so apparently Professor Conway could not make it today to teach his sessions, so I am substituting for him. And it looks like I am currently talking about vampire reproduction. And everybody leans forward in their chairs. And she will take the chalk and start writing as she talks. And she will say, so unfortunately for most of you, I imagine you're all just wondering how vampires reproduce. In that fashion, we do not to say we don't partake in those kind of courtship activities, but vampires reproduce through our bite. There's a very secretive sort of ceremony that happens amongst the families and clans that I will not be going into in detail, but we choose our children and our family members, and that's how we turn them into vampires. Vampires are not born like, say, a human is or a nymph. It's all a very lengthy procedure. However, blood exchanging is a very religious practice for us. It's very important. It can increase the libido, I suppose you could say. And it can be a very intimate practice, depending on who you're exchanging it with. And she turns around and she looks at the crowd, or the class. Any questions?
Maris is staring at Cal.
Calvin is far too busy taking notes to notice anything. Drinking blood makes them hornier. Got it.
Yes.
Okay, so when you drink someone's blood, that's not equivalent to fucking. Or like, I mean, copulating, reproducing. It's like there's extra steps.
Oftentimes it is the pre-show.
To the way that you reproduce by having them drink your blood, or
to change a mortal into a vampire. I suppose that would be the reproductive method, but there's a lot more to it. Oftentimes drinking blood is the pre-show because there's things that happen after. If that you are partaking in the vampire ritual, if you are changing somebody into a vampire. As I said, I am not allowed to go into full detail about it, but yes, exchanging blood is the intimate. Drinking blood is the intimate pre-show to what comes after. Does that make sense?
So you're just telling us about vampire foreplay?
Essentially, that's what it has me doing. She looks down at the paper. As I said, vampiric
That's what
courtship.
it's written right here. Vampire foreplay.
Vampire courtship is a rather closed practice, and so I am not supposed to be coming up here and explaining every step of the way to you. I'm sure that you could maybe find it out in the world, but I'd be rather traitorous to my kind if I sat here and told you all of it. And every family and clan is different. Every family and clan has a different way and a different ceremony to go about it. Any other questions? No? All right, class dismissed.
That was
That was
swift.
easy.
Yes, well, I don't want to be here, and neither do any of you, so
Okay.
I have things to do. This isn't even my class, technically. Next time, maybe I'll have Lazarus sub for me if Conway can't make it.
You're way better at this whole teaching thing, Ms. Moreau. You are so much better at it.
I think so.
Oh, 100%.
Thank you.
I can definitely confirm you're a better teacher than Lazarus.
Yes, well, thank you. I'll have to tell him that.
Please do.
All right. Have a
Okay.
good rest of your
Person,
days.
you know, just generally, yeah.
You can use this time to either do your homework for next time. Wait, what is your homework? And she picks it up and she looks at it and she says, okay, your homework is to write an essay or a story about vampiric reproduction. I don't know what you're going to write about, considering we barely went over it, but have fun with it, I suppose.
Awesome.
Mhm.
That seems to be your homework for every for every like class. It's like you went over probably like mer people and nymphs and humans and satyrs. And
So as Conway just said every time, write some smut, get back to me.
just copy paste.
Change the name and the species.
Calvic hangs back after class to talk to Syndra. And if he's
Okay.
questioned about it, he states that it's just about potions class stuff, but figures now's a convenient time to talk to her anyways.
Okay. So as everybody files out of class, Syndra will watch everyone leave, and then we'll look to you, Calvic. Do you approach her desk, or are you?
Yeah, I think he probably waits near the door as people are filing out, or maybe works his way back in. Like there's a lot of people in this class, so I think he probably left with the horde, but hung around and then worked his way back into the classroom after everyone left.
She'll be jotting down something, but she'll look up and she'll say, "Did you have a question about the homework?"
No, got that on lock. Thank you though. No, I actually had a question/request. I mean, I was going to talk to you after potions class, but since you're here, great lesson by the way, very informative.
Thank you. I was just told about it this morning, so I didn't have much time to prepare.
No, that's it's really unfortunate. Sorry they put you in that position. That must not have been super fun.
Oh, it happens. The
Isn't
school isn't exactly as put together as you would think it is.
Oh, I believe you there.
I think
feel
it's still
like-
getting back on its feet after Walker.
Just a touch. There's a lot of we were knocked down pretty far, but we're just gonna bounce back. It's fine.
How's
Uh,
alchemy going?
Good. That's actually it's fine. That's what I wanted to talk to you about. Actually, I just feel like I don't know. I missed half of last year, and I feel like I'm recovering okay from that. But I figured talking to the real assistant professor for the alchemy class about. I just feel like I have some catching up to do, and I was just questioning if you ever do like private tutoring sessions.
Private tutoring.
I mean, I obviously this is a hobby of mine, so I feel like I'm up to some of it, but there's just some of the technical stuff that I missed last year, and I don't want to fall too far behind.
Well, I am very busy being an assistant professor and all, but
No. I don't need an answer now. I understand. I'm springing this on you after you've already had a busy morning. I think, and he kind of looks back around the room. I think we're due to have that potion together anyway, so can we talk more about it tonight?
I think I can squeeze you in my schedule.
Okay.
How about after dinner?
Yeah, name the place. Professor.
But I don't want you forgetting your manners now.
Absolutely not.
There is a roof on top of a tower where you normally take your midterms. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I think I do.
You can meet me there.
Deal. After dinner, 7:00.
I'll see you there.
And he just nods and slowly walks away, trying to just play as cool as possible.
She'll watch as you leave. You kind of feel like her eyes are on you as you leave the classroom. And you just hear a as you leave.
He pauses with his hand on the door and then walks out. Does not turn around.
And you get the feeling she knows when you stop and when, you're around because she can hear your movements. Her hearing is very good. You know that, though. You've seen through her eyes before. I think, did you hear through her ears too? I'm trying to remember that.
I think so. I think I got a sense of everything because I think I also smelled the rabbit, which was pretty wild. Yeah, so I think I'm keenly aware of what she could hear, smell, and taste in that moment.
Okay, perfect. So does anyone want to say anything or do any scenes before we go to that scene? Does anyone have anything they'd like to talk to Cal about or to each other about? Yes.
I know that Ira was going to have lunch with Lennox. If we want to save that for another time, that's totally fine. I just thought after all that, checking in about those prophecies might be a smart move.
You can do that. Yeah, you can do that
If
real
you want
quick.
that scene now, it's good.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't know how long it'll be, but okay. Yeah, so Ira will just kind of wait sort of anxiously at lunch for Lennox, just with like a pile of the kind of food that that Lyle brought for us every morning, just like a pile of muffins, because this is like what RAs do. They just have a huge assortment of food in front of them. And she just has it kind of stacked up. Sitting there, hands like this.
Hi, are you expecting people?
I don't know how much you eat, so I thought I would be prepared.
Oh, I eat like normal human amounts.
Cool. I only know like 2 of those, so
Okay.
just take what you want, and then Niora will probably eat the rest of this, so
Okay.
I'll just hold on to it. It's like all sugar and sweets and candy stuff.
Thanks. I guess I'll have a muffin for lunch. Okay.
Feel free. You can also get whatever you want. This was more of a fucking whatever. So you had questions for me. I have possibly some questions for you, I guess.
Okay. Do you want to go first? You want me to go first?
Mine are very non-specific, so if you want to go first, you might lead us in a direction.
Okay. So, I don't like talking about it, but you're my RA, and so you should know, that sometimes I get visions, and I did talk to the Oracle, and she told me that I need to like watch for repeating things and try to figure out who the thing is about and then decide if I need to talk to them or not. And I've been getting some sort of repeating stuff, but I'm only a first year and it's only a little way into the school year, so I don't really know people. But do you know of anyone that has a raven as their familiar or like an important bird in their life?
Oh gosh, I do know this. I know Malakota. This is Deanna thinking hard. Does Lazarus have? No, they both have Black Panthers, don't they? They're insane.
Mm-hmm.
Malakota has a bluebird.
I mean, I know
we've got
that
the
the
ravens
one
from Malphas, of course. Do I know of anyone? Because Ira would see these every day. Other than Malphas's ravens, is that the only raven that I can think of? Okay, say I am aware. Sorry. I am. Well, there are some ravens that I'm acquainted with that might be what you're talking about. But what kind of what you seeing? What's going on?
Okay, so I don't get like full-on scenes and like pretty movie type things. I get like it's more of a picture and a vibe.
Mm-hmm.
And the vibe is bad, like
that
real
tracks.
bad. So the first one was a raven picking red berries off of a tree and swallowing them. And one of the berries looked like it was an eye that looked at me before the bird ate it.
Okay. I'm writing this down. Eero is writing it down at the table.
Okay, that's...
Okay.
Are you gonna, like, tell someone? You don't have a...
If you would
bird.
like me to, this is for my own...
You have
So,
well, you have an owl. That's not a raven.
yeah, no, I have an owl. I don't...
Okay.
Not to... Okay, so has anyone talked to you about... There's been some stuff going on at the school, and this might or might not be related to it, so
Oh.
it's good to know.
Like-
Has Lazarus pulled you into the office yet to talk to you about whether or not you're a terrorist? Because he might do that.
Has Lazarus been questioning all the first years as well? Yeah, he was weird.
Yeah. When we talk about bad vibes, he's got bad vibes. Bad vibes.
Okay.
But anyway, just in case it's connected, that's why I'm writing it down in case it's connected to that.
Okay. So yeah, I had that one, and then there was the one where, again, super bad vibes, like all bad. Like I was thinking maybe I need to talk to the headmaster, sort of bad.
Okay.
In this one, the other one, a raven flies in and sits on this like wooden throne that is just like bubbling with magic, like I can feel it. And there's a sapling that's growing from the seat. So it's just the bird flies in and sits on the throne.
Okay. Cool. Eero is visibly irritated.
And sorry, did I piss you off?
No.
I don't have to tell you about these things if you don't want me to.
No, you're great. You're fine. I'm doing some wild extrapolating that you don't necessarily need to worry about, other than
Okay.
shit sucks. But
That's not good.
Okay. So what I'm gonna do, kind of, just because if it is related to something bigger, then I would like to keep you as not connected to it as possible, because I would like you not to be if there is a demon in the castle, I don't really want them to be like, ooh, delicious first year Lennox. So I'm thinking, I'm just gonna write notes for now, and then I will let you know the information that you need to know to keep safe. Does that seem fair and
Yeah.
good?
Does it? I mean, if I'm getting visions about a demon, shouldn't I like tell someone in charge? Are you in charge as telling you good enough?
Probably not.
Should I go to? I could go to the Oracle again.
The Oracle is great. I would personally, I think Toivo is a good option. I think
Okay.
Toivo is a great option.
Is he nice? Like, I haven't talked to him, so
He's extremely nice. He's a very nice guy.
okay.
He is my brother, and he's
Oh.
very nice. So
Okay.
just because I feel weird, because I feel like I'm not giving you a lot of context in general in this conversation, there's
No,
no reason for me not to give you that context.
Okay. Okay. You had. Okay.
Did you have any other visions, or if you want to talk to Toivo about them, I completely understand, because I know
I'll-
right now I'm just sort of an in between.
No, I'll talk to him. You had questions for me?
I'm going to be so honest. My question for you was, I'm feeling like I should ask you about those visions that you've been having, and you fully,
Okay.
yeah, because
So if I have more, should I like tell you, or should I tell Toivo, or both?
I think you can certainly tell me if you want to. I think that these are your visions, and that you should talk to whoever you feel comfortable talking about them with. I would really appreciate learning about them, but if you tell Toivo, he's likely to share it with me, so it's really whoever you feel most
Okay.
comfortable talking with.
Okay.
Um,
Okay.
to my coven mates, and I said, hey, if one of your first years was having visions, should you like talk about it? And they all said yes. And I wanted to give you like your space and your privacy, but like if you are having, because like last year the Oracle was having visions about like the literal end of the, well, not the end of the world, but like the end of the school, and it was, you know, check in on
Wait.
prophecies.
So did you guys do something about, like, they obviously they
Yes.
did something because the school didn't
Yes,
end.
we fought a Leviathan and it was fine, but like it was good to have that context up front. So
Wait.
prophecies are really
We, like, the school?
most of the school. Yeah.
Okay,
Most of the
okay.
school. A lot of it was do you know Maris?
Yeah, the shooting star one, yeah.
Yeah. She was the one who kind of didn't end up being the right sword, but that's not the end of the world. But like she kind of cast it back from whence it came. It was a whole
Oh.
big thing. Riley took a head off.
Yeah.
Riley.
Yeah, I've seen that one around.
Hi.
Yeah, they took a head off.
Yeah.
So yeah, prophecies are good to check in on. And I
Okay.
appreciate you because I know it must be really shitty to experience. And I appreciate
Well,
you
I
being
mean, it's
willing.
just that they're not really useful ones most of the time. Like a bird eating berries, what does that even mean? Other
I
than
have
something
some
bad?
ideas of what it could mean.
Oh,
But
really? Because usually no one knows, and then we figure it out later after bad things have already happened, and people get mad at me because I couldn't tell them what it meant.
well, that's not at all your fault. That's
This is
not
a Bruno situation. God damn it.
Well, you're now in a school surrounded by ritual majors who like their whole thing is. Are you a ritual major?
No.
Okay, great. So it's not your responsibility, it's theirs. Their whole thing is, figuring out signs and symbols and communicating with other worlds.
Wait,
You just
really?
gotta fill them in on what you see. Yeah.
Well, that would have made my life a hell of a lot easier if I knew that.
y-
Okay,
there's
well,
a lot of
thanks for telling me. I mean, no, like, really, that came out all sarcastic and stuff. I mean, but thank you.
You're fine. You're good. And thank you for sharing with me. And sorry for asking questions.
No,
And
no,
sorry
that's-
for
no, we're good.
lunch.
Thank you for the muffin pile.
What do you eat usually?
Whatever they serve here normally, and like for breakfast, I'm kind of an oatmeal person, but it's fine.
This sounds like a great conversation. But Iro, are you free now? And Conway will come up with a sandwich in his hand, and he's eating while he's.
I'm not free now. We're supposed to have a scene with Calvic and Syndra, so I'm not available.
Oh, okay. Well, you need to wrap this up with your first year. Hi, is Iro a good RA? He looks to you, Lennox.
Yeah, they just told me some stuff that I could have like used years ago. So good,
Okay,
Iro.
well,
Thank you.
Better late than never, I suppose. All right, thank you. It's good to hear. Iro, come with me.
Hi, Lennox. Oatmeal.
Hi.
Oatmeal Lennox. Lennox with the oatmeal.
And he will lead you to the table the rest of your coven, I assume, is sitting at. And he will look
Riley
to
and
all of
Leora are just infuriatingly feeding each other strawberries. The cringiest way imaginable.
I dump an armful of like grocery store
fucking
sugary
water.
muffins on the table because Lennox didn't eat most of them.
Conway just looks to Riley, and Arne is just like, gross. He mumbles it under his breath before he clears his throat. All right, I have a few more details about tomorrow. I have signed you all up for a volunteering opportunity in the village, Little Avalonia. So you will be doing that tomorrow and spending the night.
And what is
Doing
this
what exactly?
volunteering?
I don't know. There's some kind of festival going on in the village, and so they needed volunteers to be signed up, and so I signed you all up.
Does it go all the whole
I think-
time? Because I
The whole
kinda
time.
was gonna have a date.
I think I have a shift at work.
Okay,
You have a
cancel your
job?
shift, and he looks to you, Maris. Get your boyfriend to join then, if you want him to. You can.
Oh yeah, bring Farkas. That'd be fun.
Yeah, it can
Okay.
be of a
Yeah,
date
okay.
/ volunteering
Also,
opportunity.
my shift's in the village, so
You could do both, but I don't know how you can because I'm not sure what the festival's about. So
okay, I'll check.
Okay.
yeah, so that's what you're all going to be doing this weekend. So if you need me, I will also be there. But
Mm-hmm.
I'll get my hairnet.
And Riley come.
sure. The point is, guys, I don't know if you caught on to this, but I need you away from the
Nope, yep.
castle. This is a
Get
way.
in, bitch. We're volunteering.
Yes,
Is that
exactly.
anything?
Yep, that's right.
All right.
Like, is that like far enough away?
He doesn't know what like movie you're referencing, so he's like, "Yep, that's right." Everybody else
Thanks,
at the
sir.
table probably does.
Yep.
Do you have any questions? We're leaving tomorrow at 8 a.m.
Is that far enough away?
What?
Like, if our goals get away from the castle, is that far enough away?
I think it's far enough away to. It's off the lake, so as we know, the altar is located below the school, underneath the lake.
Mm-hmm.
We're hoping that that'll be far enough. We don't want you too far, primarily because we want to have backup if something happens, and I need to come with you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you, is there something that's going to be happening while we're away? Or is this just a cleanse of, oh, we're not going to be next to this lake for a little while? Or what?
Well, there will be a few things happening. We will be monitoring you and seeing if there's any different activity. And the professors rather, will be doing a search of the castle and seeing if the demon has made any other imprints in the space.
Right. Okay.
Is that a concern?
No. No.
Yura glances at Hero.
Not any cafeteria issues for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, you will have to bring your homework, but I'll excuse you from some of it.
Are you going to be grading this next assignment, or is it going to be the assistant professor Syndra who taught the class?
What's the assignment?
It seems like the same as all the other ones you've assigned.
Yeah,
The same essay
vampire
or
smart.
story about vampire reproduction.
Ah, yes. I'll make her grade it since she's the one that taught it. I don't want to read any more of these weird stories.
Yeah,
Well, then why do you
assign
keep
those
assigning
homework?
them?
Because I can't think of anything else to assign you. To
You
be
don't
Okay.
get to
honest.
assign homework.
That means I have to draft like
Look,
actual
no,
lesson
let
plans.
him
and...
assign stories because that's stuff that I can actually kind of do okay at and pass. So
Okay, yeah, fine. Keep assigning
See,
smart.
somebody appreciates my lessons.
I appreciate the smart you assign us, Conway.
That is not what I'm doing, but if that's how you interpret it, then
I mean,
what
that's
can I
totally
do?
what you're doing, but that's fine.
All right, we'll just be ready to leave by tomorrow morning. And he turns
Educational smart.
and he walks away.
We all love a good dose of educational smut.
Hero,
All
you
right.
good?
I'll talk to you later.
Cool.
Okay.
Yeah, Riley heard the demon sweep, and were you all leaving? And Riley just like, what?
Yeah, Riley's like, so.
I
do
just
we-
stopped
are we-
asking questions about
Yeah.
6 months ago.
Are we friends with a demon now? Is that
No,
what's going on?
we're getting away from a demon. That's the goal.
Oh, a demon's attacking us.
Again.
Yeah.
I just imagine Riley starts talking and Yora slowly puts a strawberry in her mouth.
Ooh,
It's
strawberry.
okay, sweetie. Shh, shh, shh.
Well, I'm excited for the festival. That should be fun.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Yeah,
excited
that's
to volunteer too. I don't remember ever volunteering at a festival, so hopefully it'll be fun. It'll be like the lines over here to register, and then you point. It's going to be a lot.
God damn
Like
it,
working
love
without being
Riley's
paid.
enthusiasm. It's
Or you
infectious.
might be picking up garbage because sometimes they do that too.
Oh, hopefully we get a better job than that.
I hope so.
Yeah.
That's not really romantic. I don't want to. I mean, I would love to spend time with Fergus, but maybe not picking up garbage.
Well, maybe you're bending
down.
down.
Meet on the
I was
sixth
just
island
going to
garbage.
say, Hero, we're like same wavelength.
Yeah,
For sure.
except-
Yeah.
And then Maggie will put her hand on top. too, and it'll be
Basically
a
the
whole
same
thing.
person.
Bad.
Just 3 hands.
And then we'll have to all back away because it's weird.
All right, so the lunch passes. I think we're going to slip into darkness.
Something more
outside.
comfortable.
Yes, exactly.
Just a little more comfortable.
So the rest of your classes pass by rather uneventfully, hopefully. Maybe there's some explosions in potions class. Maybe there's a few like rituals gone wrong, but for the most part, no demon activity. That's probably like the traces of demon presence is probably what makes those rituals go wonky as they do. But for the most part, nothing is going too badly. And dinner arrives, and by the end of dinner, you see Syndra stand up from the front of the table. So she sits in the front with her brother and a couple others. And she whispers something to him, and then she gets up and she leaves. And she passes you, Cal, kind of a quick glance before she heads out the door.
He just gets a little smile and then waits the appropriate, 5 minutes. And then gets up and is like, I think just excuses himself. I don't know what our usual dinner habits are. I don't know if this would be construed as abnormal, but I think Kalvik just excuses himself and heads back to his room.
He's just like, oh, I'm tired, guys.
I think if he's pressed, he's probably saying frankly, he has some potion stuff to be working on, not only for his own machinations and fear of his own wand at the moment, but also he's, I think, starting to, I think we got the ambrosia from Lord Walker, so I think he's starting to. Oh yeah, that's right. That's because Eero and him have the whole conversation about this being.
Yeah, you have the
transactional.
recipe where you promised you wouldn't make any.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Eero promised they wouldn't make any.
Eero promised they wouldn't make any.
True.
So Kalvik is probably starting to try and work backwards to recreate that for Sana, which he hasn't told anyone. That's the excuses he's giving. He just needs to go work on some potion stuff. But then he's going to go back to his room and grab the. I think he probably bought. I remember at the end of when I had to leave in season 1, he had asked Lazarus what his sister liked to eat and drink, and so he got a list of what she liked, and I think he bought a bottle of wine a long time ago. That he's
I think
been
he
keeping.
lied to you.
Oh, did he? Kalvik doesn't know that.
This was, I think, the last time you all ate, though, and I think Syndra did fill you in on what she does like to eat. Now that I remember, yes.
Maybe I asked her. Yeah. Oh, maybe I did. I don't remember if I asked Lazarus or her. All I had written down was the chocolate raspberries and wine, which I don't know if that was the lie or not. But
yeah, no, that sounds like that's from her.
Okay,
because I believe the last time you tried to bring food, you asked Lazarus, and he told you she liked steak, raw steak.
Yeah, it was.
And she was like, interesting.
Brother. No, yeah, so he's gonna go grab the bottle of wine that he had bought a long time ago and never expected to get to drink with her. But he's gonna go grab that and then make his way up to said rooftop. Because you can't show up to a party without anything in hand.
Okay. So you go to the top of this rooftop. It's a flat rooftop. It's a tower. It's often where the divination class goes up to do a lot of their work under an open sky if it's calm enough in the day. But at night, it is when it's left alone, when it's there's no one up there. It's beautiful. There's an open starry sky that stretches out for what feels like forever. And the light is just... the ground is soaked with moonlight. And as you go up, you see Syndra, and she has brought a small mobile rack of potions and a cauldron that she is getting going. And she looks up, and you see her yellow eyes strike through the darkness as
First
she
thing seen.
pins you with them.
I think as he's going up on his broom, because how else is he going to get up there? He did leave Axe at home for this evening. Just throwing that out there. He's been with him every other second of every session we've ever had. Clearly,
Okay.
obviously, for sure. But left Axe at home. So I think his heart starts to race a little bit as he lowers his broom back down to the surface and sees her set up and is like, I need to get me one of those. And motions to her little mobile rack of potions.
They are very useful. You can often work wherever you are. Lots of practice to be done, even when you're not in the dungeons.
I was going to say, you're not letting not being a student anymore get in the way of your practice here, obviously.
I'm not. I'm not quite sure if I want to be a professor into the future, but I'm making sure my skills don't get rusty.
I'm gonna say, how did they rope you into this gig?
Well, Lazarus was thinking about applying, and I figured maybe it would be a nice way to get a job experience before figuring out what I want to do.
Oh, how very mature of you.
I don't know. I feel like I should have probably done an internship in a lab or something of that nature, but
Well,
lots
call
of
me
things always
selfish, but
happen here.
I'm happy with your decision. It was a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect to see you again.
And I wasn't expecting to see you again, if I'm to be honest.
Well, reasonable thought with where I had to go, but I guess we both get to be surprised.
And a pleasant surprise it is. Now, what exactly do you need teaching?
Like I said, as any hobbyist learns secondhand from, I don't know if YouTube exists in this world. As any hobbyist learns secondhand things, I, came here to school to learn the technicalities, and there's some things that I can only read so much about before just need some hands-on instruction with some of the technical techniques, specifically about, and then he spouts out a couple of slightly more higher level technical techniques when it comes to potion brewing that he is confident she knows about.
All right. Come sit by me. And she's sitting on the floor. She hasn't set up like a table or anything. She's actually sitting on the floor next to this mobile.
Okay. Calvic goes and sits across from the cauldron from her, I think, initially.
So, the first potion we're going to modify is one that I believe you have. Now, Calvic, during the Midsummer Carnival, I think you're the one who won the potion.
Oh, maybe I was the one who won the potion.
I went back and watched it, and yes.
Okay, I won the potion, so I definitely brought that with me as well.
So you pull out that dark blue, that deep blue potion with the silver sparkles floating in the bottle. And she'll point to the first bottle and point to it and say, pour it in here.
He uncorks it with his teeth and pours it into the cauldron.
Now, what do you think we could spice this up with?
He looks at her spice rack and I think probably picks something that would make it quite literally spicier, like more heatful, spicier. I guess I'm not sure which. She just brought I don't think it's actual spices. It's just different potion ingredients.
She has different vials. Yes, she has another rack that has a bunch of different ingredients.
Okay. I think he probably grabs a couple of snapback leaves and a small vial of something else out fun. Probably I like to imagine. I don't know why, but I feel like Calvic probably puts his own spin on things and just puts weirdly cinnamon in a lot of his. It's part of the reason he smells like cinnamon a lot or like baking is because he adds it to almost everything. And so I think he probably grabs a little bit of that off of her cart and then goes into his own bag and pulls out a small thing of cinnamon.
Okay. So you pull out those leaves, you pull out the cinnamon, and you're mixing it. And she looks to the cinnamon and she says, oh, that's a very interesting choice. I actually quite like that. If you add that to this potion, it's going to put a little smoke behind you as you fly.
Oh.
It'll also make you go faster.
Everyone likes faster and smokier.
Now, do you want wings or do you want this to be a invisible sort of thing?
No, I think I don't know how you feel about wings, but I've always found them quite majestic.
Okay. So she reaches over and she'll pop one of the vials and she'll say, then we'll want to add a griffin feather inside for good measure.
Do you grind that, or do you just drop it in?
Just drop it in. She drops it in, and it starts to disintegrate as it goes in. Now, there's certain ingredients that you should grind, but some that should go in raw because it has better potential to act if it goes in whole.
Okay. Some things grind up, some things keep raw. Understood.
Yes.
Mhm.
So we haven't fulfilled our negotiation, have we?
No, I was jokingly going to ask if that was one of the reasons you decided to come back.
You're quite full of yourself, aren't you?
Well, I am a Vic.
Oh, you are.
No, I'm sorry. That was disgusting coming out of my own mouth. That was terrible. I'm sorry. No, that ain't it.
It's good to try new things and see if they work.
You just have to try it on every once in a while. It's still not the time.
It's true.
Especially
I
not with
tried
my
you,
sister
and
here.
I certainly didn't regret it.
Oh, I was hoping you didn't. You did come back for seconds, regardless of the fact that is what we agreed upon.
And you still owe me thirds.
I do indeed.
However, and she holds up a finger to you, I am an assistant professor now.
Mm-hmm.
And unlike last year, it might not be as accepted if someone were to hear that we were doing something like this.
Well, I don't know if anyone has heard, other than your brother. Let me just say, this moment, much better without him here. No offense. But I think he's the only one who's heard about it. Unless you're a bite and tell.
I'm not. Your coven hasn't heard anything about it either, then? As she looks you in the eye.
I know. I think we have established that I did not tell people. It came out in certain other stories, but I don't think I think Kalvik has kept this pretty close to the breast. I don't think it's ever actually come up.
I do think Iro has made a lot of jokes that imply that she at least thinks that you're fucking. Like, she knows that you're spending time with dinner late at night.
There are speculations because of the way Kalvik looks and acts around Syndra, but I don't think there has been any... Kalvik has not come out and said, I have not talked about our feedings. And I mean, Kalvik kind of talks about fucking everybody, so I feel like maybe that's not...
Yeah, Neora does not think you have good enough game to actually do anything with Syndra.
Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
I think Maris and Iro probably know that you gave her blood because that's what she deals in.
Okay, that's probably what it is. There's
know you gave her
awareness that I have given blood to Syndra because I think I outlined that was the goal. I have absolutely not said how that blood has been extracted or exchanged.
And we all draw our own conclusions.
So I can say with complete honesty, no, they just know that I owed you blood for those invisibility potions. And as far as they know, I've paid.
Good. Then it will be our little secret.
Well, I mean, I don't think anyone's going to see anything in the air.
The air? Is that where we're doing this?
We're up here to drink a flying potion. Seems only natural. Have
However,
you ever fed on someone in the air?
I haven't, actually.
It's a night for new things.
It is a night for new things. This scarf, however, and she picks up the end of it. You don't shower with it on or sleep with it on, I assume.
No.
Though I'm going to have to bite you somewhere else. That's a little more hidden. That way nobody can see it.
That seems reasonable. Did you have anywhere in mind, or do you need suggestions?
Do you have a preference? It is your body, after all.
Well, I do appreciate that. Are you looking for a quick night?
I have all night.
Excellent. Well, we're going to stay away from my thigh then, because that blood vessel's far too big.
Yes, we wouldn't want you falling out of the sky now, would we?
Well, I mean, you'd catch me. I have full faith, but let's that. I don't think that's a way we need to end tonight. We might just be able to get up there and see what happens. I'll tell you where not to bite, not where to bite.
Okay. And she reaches for the wine that you brought, and she says, "Is this for us as well?"
Oh, you can't come to a tutoring session empty-handed. That just sounds rude.
Then let's drink this, and then we will chase it down with our potion.
Cool. So he pops the bottle of wine and then asks, out of curiosity, I've just wondered this, is blood like wine? Does it get better with age? Or is
No.
younger?
Blood doesn't depend on the age. Blood doesn't really depend on even well, it doesn't depend on the age. It's all dependent on the person. The person can have divine blood as a child and as an older version of themselves.
Interesting. So it doesn't change much at all. It's just about them.
No, I would say that if somebody gets sick, then that can change the quality and taste of blood, but not age.
Oh, okay. Kelvic does not pull out the aging donut that he saved from the prank that other Neora he brought in his bag just in case age made a difference. He does not.
Oh my
grab
gosh.
it.
He reaches for his pocket and then does it.
As he's saying that, he's reaching into his bag, and as he's done, he pulls his hand back out and goes, "Oh, okay, that's good to know."
All right.
I also don't think that anyone could say any. You informed us of our homework assignment for our sex ed class today, and I think that this could be construed as help with homework. Oh, by the way, I think I heard you're grading that. I don't know if you've been told you're grading that yet, but I'm pretty sure you're grading the paper. So
I have not heard that, but thank you for letting me know.
Just in case I'll try not to keep things too autobiographical. Well, if you're reading it, I think I can make it about as autobiographical as I want to.
Yes, well, I suppose you could make it about alchemy and no one would know the difference. So
exactly.
Write about whatever you'd like. I think I'm going to need more wine if that's the case. And she takes the bottle and starts to drink from it. And then she passes it to you. And she'll start divvying up the potions. And she'll take one bottle up and hand you the other. And she'll clink them together. You ready?
To a debt fulfilled.
To a debt fulfilled. And she puts hers down.
Yeah,
she,
he takes his...
it.
He's trying not to seem... His first thought is, don't choke on the potion. His second thought is, be cool. And he downs his potion.
She gives him a sideways look, and she kind of gives a smirk as he's trying to be cool about everything. She can kind of feel his heart going, or she can hear his heart going. And she finishes it off. And she puts her hand on the railing of the roof, and you can see...
Oh, I'm sorry. Kelvic downs it, then takes his shirt off.
Okay.
He doesn't want the wings to rip through his nice shirt. That's what he says as he starts. He was already wearing a shirt that I think was like he was probably wearing a button up that he left undone a little bit already, but he starts unbuttoning it slowly. And as she gives him a questioning glance, just says, I don't want the wings to hurt my shirt.
And as you say that, it's almost like she forgot about that little detail, and she's like, shit, as the fabric rips behind her and it tears through. She's like, well, I will need a shirt then. As the fabric shreds on the back, and the large dark black wings come up behind her, the spread. And she
essentially like bat wings. Or are they feathered?
They are feathered because
sweet. Okay.
you put the feather. We put the feather in the potion, but they are black. They're like black wings.
Cool.
And she'll roll her shoulders, and the wings kind of flex out and bend as she's trying to figure out how they best work. And then she looks back over to you and she goes, all right, are you ready? What are Cal's wings? What do they look like?
Yeah, I think his pop out next. I was trying to think of what color I think his wings would pop out. I kind of like the contrast of white and black, but I don't know if I can say that Calvic could justify getting white wings. Um,
Because he's an angel.
yeah, exactly. No, I think honestly, I think they probably are gold because of
Ooh.
the influence of. I don't think his wings would be gold, but I think that well, I guess no, it's kind of an odd justification. I think that for now they come out gold, and I think there's some minor influence from what's going on with his family and his family's wand.
Oh,
I
that's
think
cool.
that if he got wings later, it might not be gold, but
Okay.
they're gold. Maybe they're gold tipped with green, like an emerald green along the actual wingtips, but they're mostly gold.
Awesome. That's cool. Okay. So she steps up on the edge of the roof. She looks to you once before she jumps off. And she dives down and lets herself fall before she whips her wings and curves back up into the sky.
Calvic revels in having wings. Cal, like Josh, has always wanted to fly and always wanted to have wings. So I think he enjoys the moment of like moving his wings, flexing them around, and then with the most genuine smile he's had in a very long time, jumps off the roof and does the same thing.
Perfect. So you guys are able to fly a little bit, zipping through the sky. It's interesting because I believe at this time of night, people are probably practicing a little bit on their brooms, but the sky for the most part is empty, available, open. And she sails in a circle around the tower and the spires before
I think he just starts to chase her.
Oh, okay. So she will kind of flap her wings even faster as she tries to get away from you until she kind of whips around and stops short so that you slam into her.
Oh, he tackles her absolutely.
And she laughs. She laughs and she grabs on him and twists a little bit before letting him go to see if he will I don't know, be able to catch himself.
Yeah, he try. I think she maybe gives him enough space to, if he fucked up, she might be able to help. But I think hopefully, I think they're both new with wings, so I think maybe is just as much of a risky maneuver as it is for her as it is for him. But I think he does his best to right himself and try and. He's like running on all adrenaline right now. He's having a blast. It's everything in his power not to yelp with joy that he's getting to do this.
And after a little while, as you fall and kind of catch yourself, she will dive for you again and grab onto you, and you feel her skin. It is cold to the touch. Vampires are often very cold, and you hear her whisper in your ear, "Are you ready?"
Calvic's only response is a very tight grip on her. I think as soon as he crashed into her, he wrapped his arms around her waist and is like, she asks and he just squeezes tighter.
Okay, and she'll take that as a sign.
Yeah, and probably lifts his chin, even though she's maybe not going for his neck.
So you feel her breath on your chin before it travels down your neck, as if she's searching for just the perfect place to bite. And in the pale glow of the moonlight, you'll feel just her breath travel down your neck and her lips, which are very soft, and the tip of her fang grazing your skin as she goes there down to your collarbone, and she lingers around your collarbone as if thinking before she travels even lower. She will travel down to that chest area, kind of like right above the right nipple. And you know what's about to transpire, but I don't think that reduces the tension at all.
Nope,
right?
Not even a little bit. I think he moves one, because she's having to move down, I think he moves one hand up to like get underneath her hair and at her neck to hold her head there. Because I mean, we're both having to like flap as well to not just fucking crash to the ground. So I think that he's doing his best to focus, but also is so caught up in the moment he can't like not hold her head there, hold the back of her neck.
Right. I feel like you're almost supporting her in the air at this point. She is flapping, but it's like she's so focused on this right now. And slowly, she sinks her teeth into you. You can feel the smooth length of her fangs burying in with a burst of pain and warmth. And just like before, the sensation is electric, igniting every nerve ending and blurring the line between pain and pleasure.
I think he falters in his flapping to the point where I think they probably start to fall a little bit, and he probably feels her tense because we're flapping and we're falling, but he very quickly tries to right himself, but like he's not even looking at the sky anymore. His eyes are just closed, trying to take in every little second of this.
Do you catch yourself before you guys fall like
Oh
a
yeah,
few
yeah.
feet? Okay.
I think he lets them wobble a little bit and then he tries, but I think he's probably trying to. I don't think he's actually worried about bringing them to the ground or into the water. So I think he's actually trying to use this feeling to propel himself. He's like flapping harder and trying to bring them back up towards the roof.
Okay.
But he's distracted. He's very fucking distracted.
Yeah, what's interesting about this with Sindra too is that as she starts to feed on you, as you guys fall a little bit, her hands grip onto you tightly. But you know Sindra's quite a voracious feeder, so she doesn't even draw back or like she is just like she almost latches on tighter, and feeds even more like eagerly as you fall. It's almost like she's just clinging to you, like I am not letting this go right now. Nope. And it takes a few minutes, and it probably feels maybe a lot shorter than it actually is, because I don't know, would it feel long or short? I feel like
I
you guys
think
are so
it's
into
long enough that he gets them back up to the top of the tower, but at that point basically he just like allows them to collapse to the ground and probably collapses on top of her and then rolls over onto his own back and pulls her with him so that she's on top, so that he's not just like laying on her while she's trying to feed.
Yeah, okay. So slam on the roof. Yeah, you're on the back and you roll
wings
her
are basically just mine are splayed out on the back, hers are splayed over on top of mine.
Over on top, and they fold over almost like a cage, and you no longer can see the night sky. All you see is her wings, and you feel her soft hair as she is drinking to the point where you're probably starting to feel a little bit lightheaded. And
I think he probably, when he starts to feel that way, he grabs her hair kind of tightly while he still has strength to do that. He's not like, it's not telling her to stop, but it's just like, hey, warning.
Okay. And she hesitates a bit before she withdraws. Her eyes are holding a glint of regret, I think, of fathomless hunger. She loves to feed. She swallows and leans back, her dark lashes dropping halfway down her golden eyes. An indulgent sigh kind of breathes through her lips. And you see the blood scarlet of her lips as she just like looks at you. She's like, oh, go ahead.
He just hasn't let go of her neck yet.
You haven't let go? Okay. Nope. And what would she say? She's
oh no, it's I don't know if she said that. If she, I mean, I think he probably. Oh, we have a raid. This is a really fun time to have a raid.
Hi, friends.
Hi, raiders. I think he probably. He's probably he's kind of lightheaded. He's breathing heavily, but hasn't let go yet. I think his I don't know, his other arm is probably currently on the ground because he was probably trying to hang on to her at first, and then that arm gave out to some extent. And he looks up at her. I think he's looking her very intensely in the eyes. Have her eyes gone from yellow to, I think it was orange that they turn to
usually when they
feed.
Like a deep orange. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's at that moment when he doesn't see his literal own blood on her lips as anything other than extremely hot at that moment. Even though he's probably starting to sweat a little bit, but I think he probably just looks up and through short breaths is like, so I think I have something very good to write about for our assignment now.
I'm glad I could help you with that.
What does Calvic do here? I think he probably very lightly tugs her back towards him.
Okay. And she towards his chest or towards his face?
I don't think he's tugging hard enough to quite pick a direction.
Okay.
Like, I think he's all like, he pulls as a question.
Okay. You pull in, and she will bend down and lick the remainder of the blood off your chest, and she'll lick her lips, and she will say, if I take many more from you, you'll pass out. And we wouldn't want that, would we? I have questions for you.
Mm-hmm. The goosebumps are just starting to fade from his skin again as he just kind of nods.
She'll give him a smile, and she'll give him a little kiss on the cheek.
As his own blood now smears his cheek.
Yeah.
I think he probably for a moment also after that kiss tries to like bring his head up again, like to follow her, and then falls back down. And I think his arm finally falls off of her neck as he does that.
Yeah, so he reaches up to kiss her, and she'll put actually her finger, I think, on your lips and kind of encourage you back down. And she will say, what happened at Nationals?
I'm sorry, what? What do you mean?
What happened at Nationals with this? She reaches down and she takes, like, pats the wand on your hip. I assume that's where you keep it.
That's probably where I keep it, a full holster there. That... I was going to say it's a long story. It's not. My grandpa's just a dick.
We have all night, don't we?
Yeah, I guess we do. Oh. And I think he sits up and props himself up and looks at his wings and says, I'm not saying I regret that, but I kind of wish I had the strength to get up and fly again, because this, and he like flexes the wings again. He says, this is amazing.
It was
and then,
nice. I wish we could fly all the time.
I mean, we have all year, don't we?
Do you know how to make that potion?
I have some pretty damn good motivation to figure it out.
I look forward to seeing your skills improve then.
Only with your help, Professor.
And she'll sit up and her wings will flex out and she'll look to you expectantly. Well?
No, this wand was my grandpa's. It's kind of a family heirloom, and I stole it because fuck my grandpa, fuck my family, fuck all of it. And I guess there's still a lot of him in it, because sometimes it just does what it wants to do and not what I want to do, and has a real fucking propensity for harpoons.
Oh, why did you steal it in the first place?
Well, I don't know, we needed one, and my sister, this Susanna fucking sister, and he gets like worked up for a second and then gets more lightheaded, so he calms down and is like, my fucking sister threw me in what I thought was a pit, and it turns out there was this, I don't know, trophy room or something of my grandpa's, and I didn't have anything else to do. I was trapped in there, didn't have my wand, and I was looking around and it was just there on a pedestal, and so I thought, fuck it, and grabbed it, and it felt weird, felt powerful, felt, I don't know, looking back, dangerous, but I didn't think of it that way in the moment. I was so pissed off at Susanna that I just wanted something to fucking put her in her place. And he takes a swig of wine.
And she reaches over and she takes out a bottle of water out of her bag that she brought, and she pushes it into your chest. Drink this.
Fair. Wise. And he opens it and takes a drink. It says, do some Foley work here. Oh, but it just...
So you were
kept it.
mad and stole it.
Yeah, that's about it. And then it just kept working. I figured this was better than better than the one I had. It weirdly felt more natural than the one I had, but at the same time, I wasn't the only one who owned it, but it worked fine at first. And then it started acting out. And that was, I don't know, I guess it must have just been the heat of the moment in the Nationals and it was, I don't know, attacking an enemy, or I don't know what it was that set it off, but everyone got to see the rest.
And you didn't come back to school because of your family, I assume?
Oh yeah, I was pulled out. My dad thought it was time to learn the fucking family business or some crap. Stuck me with a bunch of different politicians and stuck me with a bunch of his friends who are just the worst. And that's just not ever who I don't know why he thought that was going to work. It's never who I'm going to be. I don't know if he thought he was going to try to military school it out of me or what, but that was not what was going to happen. And so I found my way back here eventually.
I know how it can be to have an overbearing family.
I mean, is he just talking about Lazarus, or do you also have a shitty dad?
It's not Lazarus, actually. So, in our world,
Mhm.
world of vampires, of course, as I taught this morning, we're chosen by our family, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we are brought into the fold, and our names are changed, and our past lives die with us. We're born anew, and it's very easy to shape one's identity to fit your family's standards. And it sounds like that might be what's happening to you. Not all the death part, but it sounds like your family's trying to shape you into what they want you to be.
Yeah, that's the Vic way.
Do you remember the talk we had when we first met?
We had a lot of talks first time we met. Which one are you referring to?
I said that I have a feeling you're going to make your mark on the school. You're going to make a reputation for yourself. You have a lot of talent for alchemy, but I think that's very difficult to do if your identity is being stifled. Your ancestor was a legend, was he not?
Yeah, in some circles. Just a big ass dick in other ones.
Well, regardless of whether he was or not, everyone's heard of him, and you carry his name like a weight strapped to the end of yours. And therefore everyone thinks they know you too,
Yeah, I've been pleasantly surprised by my coven mates that they didn't come in with too many preconceptions at the very least. Hopefully I've done my best to shake most of them. Eero still doesn't like me very much, but that is not related to my name.
Well, I think you shouldn't concern yourself too much about what your coven mates think about you or the rest of your family or the rest of the world. How do you plan to create your own story that is wholly your own?
Well, I think I'm doing a pretty bang-up job here first, indebting myself to a third year, and doing some weird shit in the school seems like a fun start.
Well, I think your first priority should be trying to figure out what to do about this. And she motions towards the wand.
Yeah, I think Professor Conway has got some, I don't know, he just said, get stronger, then come to me when he thinks I can fight my grandpa.
How helpful.
How helpful. Grandpa is, like you said, I mean, I hate the dude, but if he could do one thing, it was fight. And I'm supposed to fight him. And I'm me. It's not what I do. I don't know if I can make a potion for that, but I'll find a way.
While you're figuring that out, if you'd like a little help, she slips a look your way. A vampire's senses are strength. They're a lot stronger than a mortal's, and If you want a little bit of a push, I could possibly help you with that. Give you a bit of time before you figure it out on your own.
I think in that I don't remember how long it takes for Calvic to start feeling the effects of like him getting some of her senses after a feeding. But I think as she says, like a vampire's senses or what, I think maybe that's when he starts to be able to hear a little bit more, smell a little bit more, see a little bit more. And I think his eyes react and go, I think, what would it be? If it's darker, they probably go wider so that he can see a little bit better, and the world starts to light up around him a little bit as she says that. And he says, I can't say no to that. Thank you, Sindra. Professor.
Thank you. Lean in.
He does. He doesn't know what, yeah, he leans in.
She will reach up and bite her own finger and reach over and press it to your lips. Your whole body, if you take those few drops of blood through your lips, will react. Goosebumps wash over your skin. Your heart rate picks up rapidly, and the noises all around you crash against your eardrums. Whereas before it was like you could hear the world around you much more acutely. Now it feels like everything is just a little overwhelming. But after a few minutes, the effects calm down and you notice your body feels a little more present. If you focus, you can be faster. Your sight is even sharper than before. And you notice that your magic feels like it's closer to the surface too. Almost like it could spring much faster if you wanted it to.
I think probably when he reacted to all of this, he almost like curled up in a ball with his wings as the world just seemed like a little bit too much. But then as those few minutes pass and he starts to be able to like handle himself again, he slowly like lets his wings come out as he experiences the world without that damper. And then he stands up. Does he like feel stronger even though he just got fed on? Does he feel more rejuvenated, or is he still very lightheaded just now?
You feel pretty strong now. Yeah. It will only last for a few days, but I hope that buys you a little more time to figure yourself out.
And he, I think, does that thing. I don't know. I'm just thinking of like Dragon Ball Z anime when they get a new like power boost and they just kind of look at themselves and like squeeze their arms and flex a little bit. And he stands up tall and probably walks back over towards her and says, so does this mean I'm in your debt again?
If that's what you'd like to be, then yes.
And I think he probably winks and says, well, we'll have to find a new time to set up a payment, but for now. And his eyes go really wide and he gets a beaming smile and he says, catch me if you can. And he launches himself up into the air with his wings back just to start flying now that he feels strong again.
She'll roll her eyes a little bit and she'll laugh under her breath. And she'll jump off to chase you, and that is where we're going to end that scene. Does everyone want a break, or do we want to go? How are we feeling?
I could use a short one.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe just 5 minutes or so, something like that.
Yeah.
Let's do a short break, and we will be back soon. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. So, the rest of the night goes on. Calvic comes back to the dorm room late, I assume.
Yeah, and not looking any worse for wear. In fact, he's probably coming back feeling pretty damn good. I don't know if that's noteworthy, but he comes back and he still doesn't have a fucking bed. He probably just goes and I don't know if people are still up. He probably gets himself a drink and sits down and starts to think more about the ambrosia potion.
Well, if somebody's on shift, there's at least one empty bed.
That's true.
Unless
probably-
you're on shift, in which case there's not an empty bed.
I actually would like real quick to do something. You're heading back to your dorm. You're walking down the hall and you hear in the darkness, it's quite late, probably, I don't know, past midnight at this point. You hear a voice behind you. You smell like Syndra. And you notice it is going toward, it's in the window. And a shape sits up from laying down in that like windowsill. And you see the platinum hair of Avery.
Oh, God. When's the last time I interacted with Avery?
I don't think you really did.
Have I ever interacted? Do I even know who Avery is?
He comes to movie
Avery's
night.
Petrova's nephew and a friend of Riley's.
I
know if you ever-
legitimately don't think Calvic has ever had a meaningful interaction with Avery.
You know that Avery is also a Dampier.
Okay. And he's my age. He's like my year, correct?
Yes.
I think so, right? Yeah. Oh, of course he's friends. Yeah. So I
He's
think
a
he
minus seven.
probably stops. How long did that potion keep wings?
Ooh,
It's a really
I don't
good
know.
fucking question.
Maybe like an hour or
I
two.
think the original thing was an hour,
Yeah.
and we split it. So I don't know how that if
Like
that
half an
changes it
hour,
to 30
yeah.
minutes. I'm
Yeah.
guessing I spent more than 30 minutes, so I don't have wings, unfortunately, anymore.
Okay.
But yeah, I have to imagine Calvic spent enough time to get the wings gone. I don't think that was his primary thought, but I think he definitely. Okay, that just helps me with the scene. So he.
And you see Avery's pale yellow eyes looking over at you through the kind of darkness as he's like kind of examining the smell that's coming off of you.
Okay. Is that a question or Avery, right?
Yeah. Avery Petrova. Are you involved with her?
No, I was doing tutoring. I missed like half of last year. And she's the potions professor, and I felt like I was not up to my standards for potions, so I went to her asking if I could do some tutoring.
Not that it's in my general way of things to give advice, but and he swings his legs off the windowsill. He usually naps there. He'll walk over and he'll kind of lean in close to you. I wouldn't get involved with her if I were you.
And okay, why? It's kind of an interesting statement to make.
Well, I can see you've been doing more than tutoring with Syndra, considering your eyes.
I think he completely forgot about that his eyes change.
His eyes do change. Your eyes do change, and it's because of her blood that she gave
Did I
you.
know? I don't know if Calvic actually knows his eyes change. I think he understands, or is it because of what he? I guess he doesn't know.
He doesn't know. He hasn't seen himself. So, and the only reason your eyes are changing now is because she gave you a little bit of her blood.
I think he probably starts to make that connection because he's
They're
definitely
like-
seen people after his other feedings, and nobody made a comment about his eyes.
And for all of your coven mates who will eventually see it, it's a very thin line of yellow that goes around the outside of the iris. You know,
mhm.
it doesn't normally work out between vampires and other kinds of people that aren't vampires.
I appreciate the looking out. I think I can handle myself, but thank you, I guess.
You're welcome. Just giving you a little bit of advice, I guess. He'll saunter back over to the windowsill and sit back down.
What, did this happen to you?
Getting involved in
You're talking
vampires.
from personal experience here?
Well, I'm kind of already involved with them, you know, considering my family is one.
Fair. Seen enough
Except-
transient humans?
I have, and it never ends well for them.
What kind of not well ending well are we talking here? Heartbroken or corpsey?
Depends on the family. Sometimes corpsey, sometimes servitude, sometimes just a broken heart. Vampires are kind of snotty, you know? They don't really like your kind. It's not that they hate you, they just think you're lesser than. You know?
I can see that being the case for some, but so far I think I'm doing just fine.
Okay. He just kinda leans back with his arms behind his head. Don't say I didn't warn you.
I won't come crying to your shoulder.
I'm sure I'll hear it from one of your coven mates one of these days. Sorry, I'm being an asshole.
That's fine. You can't sticks and stones, right?
Yeah. Sticks and stones. And he kind of like, he repeats you, but he's like, I don't know what that means. That's the expression on his face.
I think Calvin gets his own little smile and says, "Sleep tight, Avery."
You too. Don't let all the noises bother you.
Noises? And then he goes, "Oh, ow!" As he hears someone shut a
He'll
door 3
snap,
hallways.
yeah.
Like, ooh, okay, that's gonna take some getting used to. Okay, how long does this last? By a couple days?
How
Cool.
much did she give you?
Not much. This time.
This time. And he shakes his head and lays back down.
He winks. Good night, Avery.
Night, lover boy. And he goes
Calvin
back
walks
to
away
sleep.
with a smile on his face. And then goes home and gets a drink and starts working on the ambrosia potion.
Okay. All right. And the night will pass on. Hero, you wanted to say something real quick before we have our field trip.
Yeah, I guess it must have been something I would have tried to do during the day, because I don't think I could sneak out at night because people are taking shifts to watch me.
You guys are waking up at 8 in the morning the next day, so
I think I would have skipped my ciphers class, my secrets and ciphers class, to try to do something.
okay. On Friday?
Yeah.
Okay.
Considering it's a class that nobody else is in, and I think sneaking around counts as extra credit for the secrets and ciphers class anyway. So I have a series of questions.
Okay.
I have a series of questions. Okay, so we know that there are magical items that give you access to extra dimensional spaces, right? The soul jar things that Occlese has, that we currently have a bird in one of them. I think we have another one, I'm pretty sure. And then the teacher's lounge that they carry around is another like doorway to a space that you can bring it, drop it somewhere else. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, awesome. Question number 2. Do I have any, do I feel like a part of the mirror will function as the entire mirror does? Does it need to be entirely in one piece?
Interesting question.
I feel like I could see it being extremely hard to break, but I don't know if that means break as in get it to stop working, or break as in like the glass is unshatterable.
I think that, oh gosh, if Oculus was here, then she would, I'm going to pretend like she is, in the sense that she's taking portals and gateways, so I feel like she would have this knowledge. Or she could look it up in one of her textbooks. But you would learn from her that mirrors don't often have to have the whole shape to them, as long as you can fit the sigil that you're trying to communicate through on whatever piece you have.
That's what I like to hear. I also want to stress it's not exactly Era's not exactly keeping this a secret from the coven. They did say I gotta get that mirror out of the castle. They're just not necessarily asking for help with it because they assume that nobody else wants them to actually get it out of the castle. But they did inform people that this might be a thing that they are doing. I would love to try to break off a piece of the mirror and put it in one of the soul jars, which I believe is an extra dimensional space. As in, it's not, when it's in there, it's not in the castle.
Okay, go ahead and give me a go ahead and give me a flight check of TN 10. Cool. TN no. TN 11.
Great. Love that for me. Okay, well, I'm on a D12, so let's fucking see. I have a 1 to it, so I got a 9, and I have 2 adversity tokens,
Okay.
and I am going to use them.
Okay. I made it 11 because the teachers are hyper alert and kind of patrolling the hallways and checking areas. You'll notice that they're checking rooms, they're checking classrooms, they're checking stairways. They're trying to go everywhere to check and see where these traces of demonic energy might be coming from. And so that was basically you kind of slipping in and out of places to try and shake them off, basically, to get into this space without being seen or followed. Very difficult to do. But you do manage to do that. You nearly get caught.
But I only needed to use 1 adversity token because if it was like a sneaking around check, I have a +1 to those from my secret.
Okay, cool.
So I used 1 adversity token. Okay.
Okay, you manage to go down there and you break it with, what do you break it with?
Oh my gosh. Jesus, what do I think would work? I'm assuming this like a hammer wasn't going to work. Oh man, I'm going to. This is an insane option. I feel like what I'm going to try first is I feel like these are pretty easy to get our hands on, being in a magical school and having access to an alchemy cellar. I'm not doing alchemy right now, but I don't think that they're going to annihilate me for going down and getting a rock. I would love to find like a diamond or some other very hard crystal to try to do it. And if that doesn't work, I have weirder options.
You know, there are like diamonds and minerals and gems in the ritual classroom that they use because crystals are big there.
Cool. If I feel like I need something special to break the mirror, then I will grab one of those. Otherwise, straight up hitting it with a mop handle and just grabbing a piece that goes with the...
So it's just a matter of, do you do that? If you feel, so what does Eero feel like he needs to do?
I mean, can I do a knowledge check? Or does it just feel like however it shatters, it'll work, essentially? Or is it like you must ritual to break it into little pieces? I would be doing 10,000 knowledge checks if this was a scene, but
give me an intelligence check of 10.
Okay. 12.
12? You get the feeling that it'll probably break with just a normal rock.
Awesome. I just pick up a rock off the ground and go as fast as possible. Shelve a large-ish shard, preferably not bigger than what I can hold in 2 hands. Put it in the soul jar, pop out, and just try to keep it with me as much as possible.
All right. Awesome. You got that shard of the mirror. Very interesting idea. Didn't think about something like that. Very interesting. The other pieces of the glass do fall on the ground as you shatter this mirror. It's a mess in there, but you managed to make it out.
That's fine. They already know something's going on, so it'll just, that's fine. As long as I get to keep some. Okay. That's all I need to do.
Yep. I mean, that's, yeah. Yep. All right. So next morning, you wake up bright and early because you need to meet Professor Conway out.
For what it's worth, Calvic is not shirtless in the morning. He puts on a tank top to do his morning workout.
The sun feels too bright and too hot. And
I honestly don't know how well he slept last night. So he probably like offered to take a shift, maybe longer than usual. But it's still, I'm sure he's feeling quite perky in the morning, though he has to have a little bit of headache.
All right. So you wake up bright and early. Farkas meets you outside the door as well, because he is ready to join you in whatever you guys are doing in the village. And you meet Conway outside, and he's got his broom in his hand. He's like, "You ready to go?"
Yeah, I think we're good.
All right.
Let's go have some fun.
And I was sent these shirts. So let me see how many of you are there. And he starts handing out these red shirts with a white V on it. And he throws one to you, Eero. He throws one to you, Neora. Throws one to Riley. Throws one to Maris, to Farkas, and to Cal. And gets on his broom. It's like, "Follow me."
Cal
Don't fall
holds up the
behind.
shirt. What does the shirt say?
It's just a red shirt.
Oh, it's just a red shirt.
A
Okay.
white with a white V on it.
All right, cool. Oh no, god damn it.
I'm so excited to meet the rest of your family.
Calvic looks at it and his heart fucking drops. He goes, "Oh, fuck."
What?
Okay, does Calvic know what this is? Or does he just recognize that this is probably something his family's putting on?
You might recognize, if you were listening back. Okay. This is fall time. So you were at the school at this point last year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You would have heard your father over the phone talking to somebody about an event that was being planned nearby the school. And as you're all flying over the lake towards the village, you will see just a wash of like red and white over Little Avalonia, of flags, of banners flapping in the wind. People are laughing, people are cheering. The smell of food hits you as you start to fly over this village, and music is playing. And Farkas just looks down and he's like, "What is going on?" What
I think
festival
like a
is
smaller
this?
carnival, I think.
This is gonna be fun.
Is any of this clicking for Calvic yet?
Yes, you see the crest of your family on these banners.
Fuck. Everyone just hears him just saying "fuck" louder as they're flying towards it.
I'm gonna bring you all into
How are you good?
Okay, I'm going to. Let's see.
I bet Maris recognizes the crest too, because she has been drilled on all things political.
Oh yeah, so you recognize it from a distance, and the town is very lively as you land on your brooms. And let's see, did I bring you
I
guys
don't see any
in?
pointy fucking hats yet, which is good.
We're behind the trees.
Just looking for any. Okay. Mm-hmm.
And so there's food stalls everywhere. There's children laughing and people playing and games being played. You'll notice as you look around, there are several people carrying like fake swords. There's people, there's like all of these games where it's like, use the harpoon to stab the creature that's like pinned to the tree. And you notice most of the raucous is coming from a booth in the very middle, a huge booth where it has a multitude of different weapons being displayed: swords, crossbows, ropes, whips, axes, harpoons of all kinds. And Calvic, you even notice that there are replicas of a very familiar wand that you see. And there's children all gathered around this booth. And a man is manning the booth, and he's telling a story. And he's like, and then there he was, the great and powerful Vic. He had to go into this cave, and he knew the danger that he would face. But was he scared? And all the children are like, no! Because V is for victory! They all scream, and they're like laughing and running around and sword fighting. And Conway looks back at you as you all land, and he's like, okay, put on your shirts. This is weird.
Hey, Calvic, how does it feel to be a shit shifter at your own family celebration?
You know what? Better than being a fucking spectacle.
And Kalvik very quickly like mussies up his hair and throws his shirt on and like asks, "Does anyone have a fucking hat?"
No.
Oh, I know what Kalvik does. He feels like the fact that his magic is closer at hand and decides to just try to conjure himself a hat.
Okay.
It's honestly probably the first time he's used his wand for like recreate, like outside of absolutely mandatory classwork. He is the first time he's probably used it, and he takes a few steps back from everybody and points his wand like firmly at the ground
Okay.
and tries to conjure himself a hat.
Go ahead and give me a charm check of 5.
Oh, that's okay. It's a 19.
Oh my gosh.
1 plus, where's my 4? Yeah. So a dirty 20, 21, 22, 23.
Ooh, oh my gosh.
23.
Okay, go ahead and roll a d6.
God damn it, son of a bitch. Stupid grandpa. It's a 2.
A 2. So
Oh, what? That's a goddamn fucking harpoon again. This fucking dice tells a goddamn story. So fucking mad.
So before you can, oh my gosh, I love this. Okay, so you conjure this hat. It just pops
Can't
up.
make this shit up.
You conjure this hat. It pops up. It's so quick about it. Your magic is just on it, on it, on it. And before you can really like realize what's happening, a harpoon shoots out of your wand, stabs through the hat, and everybody turns to look, and you hear the man at the booth. Is that who I think it is?
Oh.
Is that? And everyone's like, whoa, who's that? Well, children, I think we're in for a treat, because that right there is a descendant of the great Vic. And all of the children, as they all run over to swarm around your coven group, and they're like, "Are you a Vic? You're a Vic! You're a Vic Jr.!" And they start tugging at you and trying to pick up the harpoon that's still kind of like out of your wand.
Kalvik very quickly holsters the wand that he's now just even more angry at, and then starts trying to keep the children away from the harpoon that is spearing through the bomb-ass hat he tried to conjure.
So it's got a hole in it, but
Yeah. And then he's like,
yeah.
he
go
says,
ahead.
yes, I'm Kalvik. Yes, I'm Kalvik. And he's just trying to like keep the kids away from him.
How many monsters have you killed? How many mountains have you climbed? Whoa, do you know Real Vic? Did you ever meet him? No, stupid. It's his great-great-great-great-grandfather.
And they're all just talking amongst each other, and you just hear a voice call up above them.
Well, I've known him first.
And you all recognize it to be Astrid's voice.
Yep, 100% it's Astrid. God damn it. Welcome back, Astrid.
Yes, and she is eating a white churro. And she's like,
Do you want to bite of my big stick? It's a big stick.
It is. It's a very big stick, Astrid. I'm okay, thank you, though. Good sharing.
and Farkas looks down at her and he's like, "What are you doing here? Like, what are you doing here?"
And she's like, well, Daddy was on a business trip and so was Mama, so I made Uncle take me here.
Really?
I was just looking. Yeah,
That's great.
No, it's not great. He's not supposed to be out past the
Fucking
territory.
Milo. Hell
Yeah.
Milo.
Well, that rule sucks. So I'm
That is
happy
kind
to
of
be
a-
out and about.
I mean, I
Kind of a shitty rule,
guess.
Farkas.
Is it? I guess it is.
Yeah,
I mean,
okay, yeah,
it's
let's
just like-
ostracize you for all eternity, make you stay in a cupboard. Yeah,
Yeah,
Farkas,
you
that's a
being
great way of
chaperoned is
handling
the
it.
greatest injustice, but your uncle being literally
Oh, okay,
imprisoned is
okay,
fine.
Okay, all right. It's just I didn't know he was allowed to leave, but I guess if she's commanding him to, he has to. And she's
Oh, because
like,
that...
I don't know if that makes it any
Farkas.
better, sweetie.
okay, I'll stop talking.
Yeah.
Yeah, good plan.
That's right. Milo takes me wherever I want. And right now, I wanted to come here to the festival. Would you like to hear our song?
Yes.
There's a song.
Absolutely, yes.
Definitely.
As she claps her hands, and they all like gather around.
Oh my god, this isn't even just a bunch of kids hearing a story. This is a children's choir.
Oh my god, they've got a cult.
We're gonna perform it tonight in the play.
There's a play? Cal.
Don't look at me.
For victory, hear the tales unfold.
Calvin
in
fucking
the
walks
heart
away.
of the
Yorik grabs him and just kind of.
world.
Calvin, come on, they made this performing for you.
With the rifle in hand and a spirit so bold, chasing shadows and giants, his story retold. V is for victory, the legend that we know. In the heart of the wild, he steals the show.
And then they just keep. Yeah.
First of all, excellent song, well written.
And he never changed.
I love you so much, and also hate you at the same time.
So
And everybody claps around them.
I want to kind of, I think primarily to Maris and Calvin. So I don't really have a background in human monochromatic society. Are most of your great heroes murderers and colonizers?
Yes,
or is
literally
that...
every
Unfortunately,
fucking
a
one
lot of
of
them
them.
are.
Great.
We're trying to
hate
get
it.
away
Give me
from
some
that,
great
but
books.
but they're also mostly men
Everyone,
and mostly
what are
white.
we
So
doing?
Oh.
Hey kids,
we're
who's
moving
in
away from that.
charge?
Him! And they all
Astrid.
point to the guy who's manning the booth. And he's like, volunteers. Come on over. I have a task for you.
You're gonna task a descendant of the Vix to do work?
No, Hero, you're not helping. Fucking hell, stop.
Oh,
God damn it.
yes.
Thank you.
That's right. Actually, I'd have a really, really special thing for you to do if you wouldn't mind.
Of course you do. What could I do for you?
My name is Felice, by the way.
Felice,
Nice to meet you all.
Pleasure.
Is your last name Navidad?
No.
Okay.
That'd be kind of cool.
All right. We have a play tonight, and we have some very, very special guests coming.
Who
We have-
are the special guests?
We have Mr. Vic, who will be attending this event tonight. We have Johanna Vic, Susanna Vic, and I can't
Calvic's
remember
blood pressure goes up by 40 points. Systolic and diastolic. He's
Eurus
okay.
just slides a bottle of vodka into Calvic's hand.
And so we have all three of your sisters coming as well. And so the pinnacle of this festival, of course, is the telling of how your great-great-great-great-great-grandfather obtained his wand, which, of course, is a story passed on through generations. Of course, I'm sure you've heard of it. And, well, I was wondering if maybe all of you could retell the story, and if you, and he looks to you, Calvic, could you play Vic, please, 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 please? We really need somebody who's got the oomph, you know.
Me and Aero can be the evil forest spirits.
And your
Yes.
wand looks just
Calvic,
like his.
kill us! Kill us!
Oh
Well,
god.
let me just give you the lowdown of what
Calvic's
the
eye starts
story
to
is.
twitch.
Because I'm sure some of you are not from around here, so you might not know the story, the amazing story that he got his wand.
I'm so excited to be educated.
Okay, so listen.
Calvic turns and points at Eero. Stop enjoying this.
Heroes having the time of their life. This is great.
The wand, it's a hefty white wand, it's huge, it's very heavy, very powerful.
Very big bag.
Very big
That
one.
is what Maris was just telling us, yeah.
Yes. Well, let me just, and he
Hefty
goes
white.
over, and he hands all of you a churro, a white powdered sugar churro that is called the Big Big Stick.
The big bag.
What the fuck? That's amazing.
And
Vic stick. The next time, if we ever all get the chance to get together, I'm gonna bake some fucking churros and cover them in powdered sugar and serve you the big Vic stick myself.
They have to be at least 8 inches.
Oh no.
I'm fucking girthy as shit.
Yeah, just huge ass churros.
So this wand has a story behind it. The story is that I don't have to say great-grandfather Vic, but Vic, of course, traveled far and wide to the north, the frigid, savage north. And
I look at Farkas.
you feel Farkas going, just tilt his head a little bit, and he's listening. The frigid, savage north, of course, where you know that the werewolf clans live, and he was very interested in learning all about the werewolves, of course, but the werewolves were not so interested in learning about him. So, of course, he comes here. He learns and studies from a distance, and brave and just bold, he approaches the king of the werewolves. Werewolf King Conry Vanacanter. And he says, "May I please learn of your culture, sir? I would like to learn more so that I can bring this back to my people and my kingdom." And the werewolf, he growls, he flexes his muscles, he bares his teeth, and he says, "You will learn nothing from me. You will get nothing from me unless you give me a duel. If you can overpower me, king of the werewolves, then I will have your skin to wear." Well, as we all know, Vic could never turn down a challenge. So he agreed to this duel. The wind was whipping around them, the storm was raging hard, and werewolves howled around them as Vic squared his shoulders and shot off the most impressive spell to ever light up the north, blinding King Conry to the point where his next spell landed a winning blow. King Conry fell to his knees. He was devastated that he had lost to our great Vic, and devastation and humiliation were so just overbearing in him that he sacrificed himself so that Vic could use him and his bones as tribute, so that whenever he cast magic, it would be through his power and theirs combined. And that's how the wand was made.
Calvic is subtly watching Farkas this entire time.
Yeah, he's not the
I'm just
only
curious how
one.
Farkas is reacting to this.
Yeah, Farkas is looking, he, in the beginning of the speech, I guess, he was looking, like, puzzled and curious, and by the end of it, his jaw is clenched, and he's not looking pleased by this story. And he's kind of like, his fingers are going into flexing out and just squeezing into fists, and he's trying his best to keep hold of his temper as he hears this.
That's not true, is it, Marcus?
No, that's not how we hear the story anyway. That's not how it's told on our end. The way it's told on our end, and then Felice goes, well... Are you a werewolf? Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know, this might be a sensitive topic, but also it's the subject of our play tonight, so maybe... Could you please? Please?
That's creepy, man.
Please?
Yeah, that's kind of fucked.
You can't just rewrite someone's story.
Guys. Yes. I will happily play my great, great, great grandfather in the play tonight.
Marcus, do you want to be the guy that gets shot in the head?
No, let's not.
Guys, what else do you need us to do, if anything? Is that it?
Oh, well, I do need a king. I need the whole cast. I need a King Conry. I need, a few cheerers. I need...
And I think Calvic
You can be a
turns to
tree, I
Farkas.
guess.
Turns to Farkas and goes, Farkas, will you please join me?
in leading this play?
You want me
Please.
to play?
Please?
Fine.
Thank you.
And Felice will be like, awesome. All right, I'll show you the stage. I'll see if you could just get some props going. I did hear there was a play back at the school. I assume you're all school students. Where's your coven master? And Conway's gone. He went to the bar. And he's
Yeah, I
like,
think my work shift's about to start anyway.
no, come back. You're
No.
volunteering with us. It's okay. I'll talk to your work for you. For
Will
now,
you?
just focus on making a good show because we have our special guest tonight. Oh, we need to make it good. We need to make it the best festival that we've had thus far.
Like your special guest.
I
Mr. Brave.
promise
Yes.
I will make it unforgettable.
Oh, I can't believe we're having an actual Vic in our play. This is just a dream. It's the best stuff. Do you all want free merchandise? And he motions towards the cart.
Oh yeah.
I'm okay.
Yes, lots of it, please.
Okay, yeah, help
Can
yourself.
we get a Vic flag? Just
Yeah, we have those too. Little flags. He hands them out to all of you.
Calvic's eye
Marcus
starts
is
to
just
twitch
like,
again.
Can I have a big Vic stick? Or are those like free for volunteering?
you can have one.
Thanks.
And he hands you one. Wait, are you eating it? Oh, the churro.
Did I take it from
Oh,
it?
because there's actual replica of the
Oh, the
watch,
big
too.
Vic churro stick. That's what I'm going for.
Okay. And Astrid will come up to you after Felice leaves, and she'll be like,
I can't believe you're gonna be in the play tonight. That's so exciting.
and she goes to eat her churro, and Marcus snatches it out of her hand, and he's just like squeezing it. It breaks in half, and he just looks to all of you, and he's like, "That's not how the story's told on our end."
Is Felice gone?
Yes, he goes
Okay.
back to go coordinate something else.
Okay, Farkas. Please remedy my brainwashing. How do your people tell that story?
Well, you know
How has
that-
this never come up, by the way? How do you care to interact with me? My family's a dick. My just my entire family is just one collective dick. One collective big Vic stick.
I mean, I'm not gonna come here and judge you just based off your name. That's shitty. I wouldn't want people to do that
Apparently,
to me.
I wouldn't blame you because of what my family is spouting. So please tell me what.
Oh, it was a long time ago, but I mean, and you know how the clans are. They're not exactly friendly to outsiders
No, I
all the
get
time
it.
either. So basically, they told him to leave, and he wouldn't leave. He kept coming back. He kept trying to hunt the werewolves as they went out to hunt. He kept trying to pick them off, and finally, he ended up getting one. He ended up killing one. And King Conry, Vanacanter, at the time, confronted him about it. And they had a duel. And King Conry lost. And when the wolves tried to get his body back, Vic took it and left. So, yeah. He didn't give his body up. That's not really a werewolf thing. That's not like what we do.
Okay.
Do you have any werewolf skins in your house? And he looks at you.
Oh,
I
please
didn't
say you
think
don't.
so, but now you have me wondering.
Oh,
How
wolf
do you-
skin rugs.
Ooh.
And Calvic immediately thinks back to his dad's study that not many people get to go in, and he sees he knows there's multiple wolf skins in there. Not
that are
putting two
bigger
and two
than
together.
normal wolves,
Mhm.
yeah.
can tell the story properly.
Can I have
I
my
mean-
churro back?
Marcus
Go
is
get
like,
another
no.
one. Tell him I sent you. You'll get as many as you want.
I don't like her eating those.
It's a carnival. Loosen up. Listen,
I've got apricots in my bag.
I am sure that neither of our families tell the perfect truth here. But as I see it, we are the leads in this play.
Would you like to do our best to tell a real story?
How do you figure we're gonna do that?
I mean, ultimately, we're the ones saying the lines and playing the parts. I think we can tell some version of the truth, not this version of the truth. Fuck all. If they want me to play Vic, then we'll see what happens. This is their doing, not mine. But we can tell something closer to the truth than what they have planned.
Okay, sure. Yeah, we could do that.
Cool. I'll brainstorm.
I'm gonna take your lead on it though, because I'm not much of an actor. Like I'm, usually in the back with Eero, so.
You just react as you feel is appropriate. I'll do my best to make sure to feed you the emotions you need in the moment.
Okay, all right. And he looks to
Alright.
Maris like, okay.
You got this. It's gonna be
Are-
great.
You're
So,
gonna be
like-
on stage too, right? Like, what are you guys
Of course.
doing?
We're all werewolves with you, I think.
I think I'm hoping to be like mounted on a wall or something with like a decapitated head.
Oh, you could be
Hey,
the
do
werewolf
you-
that Vic murders.
Do
Oh,
you
yeah, I'll
do you
just be
want
a
to be
corpse.
literally? Do you want to be the one I kill?
Do you wanna be-
Yes.
so you run on all fours and then Vic murders you.
Yes, yes. I'm gonna say, please, no, God, my family. I have to go home to my family, and then you can kill me.
You're
my
family now.
Sounds like it's rated more than PG.
Well, they shouldn't have asked us to do
I
it.
haven't heard any stipulations on this play, so
That's true, I
NC
guess.
17, baby.
And he glances back over to Astrid. Okay.
I can
Well-
help with some fake blood.
Astrid loves violence.
That sounds about right.
I mean, yeah. She's always killing mice that she finds in her room.
That's
Well,
I don't-
until we get to the play, please know I condone none of what you'll see here at the carnival tonight, and I apologize for my family as always.
Aren't they gonna be pissed that you're changing stuff around?
Yep. And Calvin gets a smile on his face.
Okay, let's do it. Let's piss off your family.
Hell yeah. he gives Farkas a stronger than usual high five.
All right. High five. I'm tempted to give you to do a brawn.
Let's see, what's my brawn? What
Brawn.
bonuses do I get? It's normally my D8.
Oh,
It's normally your
You
DA.
get a +1 because we're sophomores or
D8
whatever.
plus 1 is my usual brawn.
Okay. I'm trying to meet an 8.
That, okay, well, I exploded. So
Oh,
Hell
wow.
yeah.
I exploded a second time. So 16 plus 6 plus 1 is 23.
Oh my god.
Okay.
That vampire blood is working. It's magic, and
Hey, sometimes
gives
the
you-
dice tell the story, y'all.
he gives you a high five, and you can tell he's trying not to be like, ow, like, because he did not expect you to do it like that. He goes, you working out or something, or what?
Some morning push-ups, man. You run, I push. I don't, it's just
Okay.
push
all
diff.
right.
I don't know what you got.
All right, let's go. I think Mary and I are going to check out the festival a little bit, and then we'll maybe come back together and...
Yeah, I'm gonna go check out the drinks table.
And as
Yeah.
he...
Calvin is trying to keep his head down. You know what he does? He tries to fucking summon a fucking hat again.
You fix the existing hat.
Hey,
if
he,
you
he
want.
goes off to a corner and tries to summon a hat again.
Okay, summon a hat. The one you have right now is a hole in the middle. In the
Yeah,
top,
I don't want the
so-
hole in it.
Okay,
Okay.
good. Charm. Charm of 5.
14, 18?
18. So it pops out. Give me a d6 again.
Son of a bitch. It's a 5. Oh, do I know what
Okay.
a 5 is?
It's
Hold
at least
on.
it's not a harpoon. We
Yeah.
know
I do
Okay.
know what a 5 is. It's a hunter's mark. I don't know
Normally.
what that does to a hat.
But so what happens is you get this hat to pop out, and then you feel your wand starts to kind of shake a little bit, as it normally does as your grandfather goes to shoot a spell or work its magic through. But you feel like you maybe have a little more power to suppress it. Would you like to do that?
Very much so. I think I'm just mad.
You
Then
stop.
my mental reaction is fucking no.
Yeah, you stop the magic from coming out the tip, and you suck it back, like basically it goes back in. And you get the feeling that that is maybe in part to your anger, but also in part to the vampire blood that has given you a little more flexibility with your magic.
This is gonna become addicting very fast. Great,
Yeah.
excellent, perfect.
All right. And as Farkas walks away with you, Maris, to go do something, he leans in and mutters, "Look, I know you can't smell very well, but Cal smells a little weird, and I know that's rude. I didn't want to say it in front of him, but
Really?
have you seen his eyes?"
I don't know if she's paid attention.
How often does Maris look into Calvic's eyes?
Probably more than she should.
This is a double-edged question from Farkas, very sly of him. Have you seen his eyes?
Hmm.
I'm trying to think. 'Cause
How do you smell him?
we
How close
started
are you?
out early this morning. So
He was definitely up working out.
and she probably went for a run. And so I think she probably didn't pay attention before they got
Yeah.
going because it was sort of a rush that morning.
I mean, maybe it's just like a mood thing, but he smells off.
That's weird. I know he said he was doing something about potions last night. Maybe he spilled something? Maybe he took
Huh.
something?
Maybe, yeah. Yeah, take a look at his eyes the next time you're near him.
Yeah,
Well,
okay.
just like, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I hope it goes well tonight, but we'll see. Wait, where's Astrid? And Astrid's, at this point, clinging to Eero.
Yeah, I was gonna say Ira's gonna spend the carnival winning prizes for Astrid as much as possible.
What kind of prizes are at the Vic Festival?
I mean, pretty much everything that you would expect from a family who thinks way too much of themselves. I mean, there's a bunch of, I think it's like varying levels of wands, so it's like sizes of wand or details of wand. There's different plushies of, I guess, probably like werewolf kings and
Ooh.
like other types of large game that or monsters that he has fought that he's known for.
There's definitely a
yeah.
Nerf harpoon.
So the king
There's
is
Nerf
probably
harpoon.
like the
Yeah.
big prize, but he's got a bunch of other magical beasts that he's fought before. There's just like big, t-shirts that have varying types of, whether it's the logo, there's like the polos and the t-shirts and the long sleeves and the sweatshirts and or probably got shorts that say Vic across the butt instead of Juicy. There's a lot of that
I
stuff.
have Big Vic Energy, the mug.
Big Vic energy, that's right. I like that.
Think of it like
Absolutely forever perfect.
C, and then the I is like in the crack? Like, what?
Oh my god, no, Daddy!
That's right. You got to go digging for the eye.
We're getting a Big Vic Energy T-shirt for Conway to expand his collection.
I'm gonna make a Big Vic energy T-shirt and wear it at future streams. It's gonna be
Yes.
great.
Okay.
That
So-
type of stuff, I'd say.
And they're all the monsters and plushes, I'm sure, are very cartoonishly, like, evil looking. Like, so evil looking. And
And the
Astrid
special
will-
ones have a spear through them or a harpoon through them.
Okay,
Yes.
yeah, one of the games is absolutely you get like a little Nerf or like gel blaster harpoon, and you have to like take out. It's a mermaid.
Oh my
Like
God.
just like a little shooter game.
Which is very interesting considering I feel like most of the locals of this village are like human-ish. They do claim to be like elf blood because they have little points on their ears. But you've got a lot of people, students coming from the school over to this festival. So you'll probably see Nori at one of the games. They're just like shooting mermaids. It's like he's a merboy. And Astrid will tug on Eero's sleeve and be like,
Prince, can you hand me that?
and she points to the big Conry Wolf King plush.
Absolutely. And you know what? If I can't win it, I'll steal it. Can I have a high five?
Yeah.
And she high fives you.
Great. What do I have to do to win that fucker?
Oh my gosh. Okay, so if we're looking at the gel blaster type of game,
Like?
yeah, the light, yeah, for speed for sure. So go ahead and give me let's see. Roll 5 times quickly and meet a TN of 7.
Okay. So 8 plus 12, which exploded. So 8 plus 14 plus
Oh, we're
5.
not plussing it. It's boom, 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 boom. You're going down the line as they come across.
So
yeah.
it's 8, 14, 15. That's just a 6. And 12.
12.
8,
Okay.
16, 14, and 12.
Awesome. Yeah, you managed to get nearly all of the mermaids that come across. You blast their heads off as they're coming across. I think you just missed one.
Yes, I also think I only rolled 4 times. Do you want me to do another one or do?
Sure. Go ahead and do another one just in case.
Great. 2.
2. Okay, so you managed to get the second biggest plush prize, which, let's see, what else has he killed? Pretty much everything. So maybe like a small dragon, like a medium-sized dragon.
Okay.
And she looks down at it and she's like, I guess that's fine.
I'm gonna spend the rest of the afternoon until the play shooting mermaids to try to get the big Conry.
I think by a certain point you would be able to win it.
Or like I'll win 5 of the medium dragons and try to trade them in for the big Conry.
Okay, eventually you do, and you give it to her, and she's like, "Yay!" and she hugs it. And Farkas and Maris, I think, will pass by you guys, and Farkas will stop and look at her holding this cartoon version of the dude, and he's just like, gives you a look like, really?
That's a choice.
You know, stuffed animal.
Ugh.
I think he's kind of cute. He's got like one of the little Burger King style crowns on.
I mean, if it wasn't so offensive, it would be.
Oh yeah,
know if
absolutely. It's monstrous, but
I don't know if she should be brought up with this story. It's pretty bad.
Well, that's why we're not telling this story today.
I guess that's true.
Make sure she
It's
knows
all
the real thing.
So weird.
Yeah, a little. It'll be fine.
Oh my gosh. I just saw your message, Danny. Yes. So if you want to pitch that, yes.
Okay. So, Farkas, your
Yeah.
sister is here.
Right. And Milo is somewhere.
Nowhere to be seen. You know,
Yeah. He's pretty good at that.
someone really should be supervising Astrid.
Oh,
Huh?
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Maggie is eating her third big Vic stick in the background.
Yes, she's just watching you guys, and he's like, I get where you're coming. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Astrid, why don't you come with us, and maybe Maggie could watch you. She gives you a look.
Why does Maggie need to watch me? I'm with Eero right now. I don't need to go with Maggie.
I'm miseducating you and teaching you shame of your own culture. Let's go
What's
hang
that
out with
even
Maggie.
mean?
Well, it's a very complicated topic, and I'm gonna.
Thanks, Eero. And Maggie will look down at Astrid and be like, how did you get here?
So internalized racism. Go on for a while.
Yeah. Okay, Neora, is there anything you're specifically doing? Riley is just kind of like, oh, let's go play some games, you know? Like,
Yeah, what do we have to actually? Are we just playing games? I thought we were. I don't know what's going on.
I think we're supposed to be doing a play. Maybe we should.
Okay,
But can we play some games first?
definitely.
We should win Calvic something. I feel like maybe he should be able
He'd
to.
hate us.
Why?
Okay, so I don't think he's too happy with his family, and this is kind of a celebration of all the genuine atrocities his family's committed.
But if he, then maybe he could have a good time tonight, and then he'll want a souvenir for it.
We could get a really weird souvenir.
Ooh, like what?
Okay. I'm assuming there's also like a big bobblehead of Vic somewhere we can win.
Yeah, absolutely.
What if we get the bobblehead of Vic and we go find that harpoon Calvic threw off, and we impale Vic's head on the harpoon? That Calvic can have that like in his room next to his bed.
Okay,
I think he'd like that.
let's do that then. All right. You go off to win a bobblehead of Vic. Poor Calvic is just over here, just trying to keep it together.
Calvic is picking up trash somewhere with a hat on.
You hear your sister's voice
Fuck me.
pass by, and she doesn't recognize you at first.
Good.
You know your sister doesn't really look at people who are volunteers
help.
or the help, yes. She normally doesn't consider them too long. But she will pass by and she will start yelling at another volunteer and just telling them, you need to make sure that we have enough big sticks to last the whole day. If you're running low, you need to let somebody know. And you just hear the volunteer, I'm sorry, ma'am, I had to go to the restroom. And she's like, you only go to the restroom on your scheduled shift. You don't leave the booth alone. You don't go off and do whatever you want. This is not fun time for volunteers. This is work time.
I think he just can't fucking handle it. He turns around and goes, you can't control people's bladders, my God.
She turns around once she hears your voice, and she's like, oh, you decided to join us, did you? What are you wearing?
A volunteer shirt. Did your eyes stop working?
Take that off. You
No.
are a Vic. You should be representing us properly.
Don't you think that it's probably good that a Vic helps out with their own event?
Yes, well, most of us are actually doing work and running the event, not picking up trash or whatever you're doing.
He stabs another piece of trash without looking down and puts it in the bag. I'm just fine, thank you.
And take that ridiculous thing off, and she flicks her wand, and your hat starts to come up off your head.
He quickly grabs it and says, it took a lot of work to conjure this hat, and it's going to stay on my fucking head.
I'm sure it did take a lot of work for you, didn't it? Well,
Where is our lovely family?
our father is touching ground shortly. He's taking the carriage, and so are our sisters.
They're not even. Why are you here then?
Because I am running the activities before the play tonight. Everything has to be perfect. If our father comes and sees that one thing is out of line, then everything will just be chaos.
Calvic stands up a little bit straighter and goes, yeah, we wouldn't want any part of tonight to go poorly to reflect poorly on you. I agree.
Exactly. Me or our family.
Hmm.
As you know, we can only stand one disappointment at a time. But I'm so very proud that you had enough time in your schedule to make it to this very important festival that Father has been coordinating and planning for the last year. I
So
do believe
important
they...
he didn't invite me.
Yes, well, I'm sure we
Here
both
I
know
am.
why.
Oh, I found my way here anyways. Just gotta make the family proud, right? He stabs another piece of trash and puts it in the bag.
Yes, just try not to embarrass us. And if this goes well, then we can continue to do it every year as we normally do.
Calvic walks up to her and goes, oh, come on, sis. Could I ever embarrass you? And pats her on the cheek, kisses her on the cheek, and walks away and keeps picking up trash.
You just feel her glare burning a hole into the back of your skull.
Somehow even more satisfying than Syndra's glare.
And she will.
Oh, no,
go
I'm
back
sorry.
To...
Wait. Before he leaves, he pats her on the cheek, kisses her on the cheek, and says, I promise to be a good boy. And then he walks away.
Oh, no. I'd be very impressed if that actually happens. And she walks away to go yell at more volunteers.
Perfect.
Is there anything else we would like to say about the activities, food, prizes, festival in general? I imagine that probably, Cal, you are working on just in your head picking up trash, but also brainstorming about how you're going to go about tonight.
Yeah, he's trying to think through different ways he can just like accentuate the realism of what happened during the past, and we'll see what happens.
Okay. And as the festival starts to, the sky starts to get darker, and people are getting a little more excited. Hushed whispers are happening. They're like, "Oh my gosh, the play's about to start. Let's go get seats." You will hear a carriage in the distance, and hear cheering as the carriage heavily lands on the village dock. And let's see, what kind of mounts carry your carriage for the Vic household? They're probably grand and big.
I mean, if horses or pegasi are normal, I feel like it's got to be some worm or dragon equivalent, because I don't think they'd travel with anything less than the most impressive beast that could be tamed is probably what they have. So whether that's chimera or whether that's I don't know if there's like a bull equivalent of a Pegasus instead of a horse, like a big, thick, muscular bull. But like chimeras sound interesting to me.
Ooh, okay, we can do chimeras. Yeah.
There's probably 4 of them that they're
Crazy.
like. It is frankly impressive, but also probably not through good means that none of the heads are like the heads of one are snapping at the heads of the other. I think chimera are pretty territorial, so the fact that they can get 4 of them in general pulling a single carriage and then standing there is impressive.
And each of the heads have those like rigid like bars that keep their heads forward, so they're not turning around and snapping at each other as they land. And those animals are glossy, ginormous, very intimidating. And the door swings open to reveal none other than Calvic's very daunting father. Josh, would you like to describe what your father looks like, and also his name? Like, give us the vibe here.
So his name is Eric Vick. He's a very just if whatever you picture, like the picture of perfect nobility is usually what I think of for him. Just like even down to the build, like sharp, strong features, broad-chested, like probably carries a like slight Lucius Malfoy vibes of carrying a cane, but it doesn't look trashy. It looks like fuck. Like he doesn't need that. He carries that in case he needs to like smack someone who's doing something he feels less than what's appropriate. He's wearing a very almost militaristic suit of red, primarily red, accented accented with what colors did I just say earlier?
Red and white.
Thank you. That's what I thought. So it does, the shirts accented with white, and he has decorations of some kind. They don't look like they're actual military decorations, but there's some sort of like medals that are pinned on his suit. He walks out. He's like full-blown cape, like has a functional cape on the back, like with parallettes and everything, or pauldrons. But he comes off with his picturesque like bride or wife on his coming up behind him, who helps her down without looking very down his nose at just about everybody who's there. He's clean shaven except for a mustache, a like jet black mustache.
Is he a big guy, or is he pretty tall and skinny?
Oh yeah, he's probably, unfortunately to Calvic's dismay, he's probably like 6'2". Like he looks the part. He's a big boy. He's pretty muscular. There's a reason Calvic was forced to have routines in the morning, because his father's the most disciplined person he's ever met. Nothing Eric Vick does is for show. Everything he's wearing, everything he's carrying, his posture, his physique, his everything was done with intention. He is the immaculate, not even politician, he's the immaculate general-esque type person. That's how he thinks of himself, and he makes that very clear. He is in charge of any room he walks into. Everyone almost probably gets quiet, like they cheer, but he comes out and everyone dampens because they're like, we don't want to do something before we have permission. We don't want to piss him off.
Yes, yes. The space, it's almost really eerie. It's like ominous how silent. It's eerie how silent everything gets. As he comes out of this carriage, he's walking with his wife, and your two sisters are walking in line behind him. And he raises his cane and gives it a snap against the ground. And you know that sound. It's like that sound is just permeated
My heart rate
in your
picks up.
memory. Right.
And my backside hurts a lot.
It's definitely a commanding sound. And Felice rushes forward with a roll of heavy red and unrolls the red carpet.
Oh, the other way I've described this before is that the red of the Vic stuff, and maybe it's not like, it's a more playful, softened red and white for the shirts and for the decorations, but when you see what he's dressed in, it's red like blood red and white like not bright, radiant white, like bone that's been sitting out in the desert for thousands of years, like dead white, deadly white.
Yes. And this procession continues as Felice unrolls the red carpet, and his wand is at the ready as he basically is on hand to have it follow them as they walk. Their feet, their shoes never touch the dirt or the grass on the floor, because that is, it's very grassy around. And I just want to get an impression from the party as you all see this man descend the carriage.
He has not smiled a single time, by the way. This is not fanfare. He is not a charming person. He is a commanding person.
Yes. And Calvic, are you by your party members at that point when he comes in?
I think probably no. I think he has actually specifically tried to isolate himself. He's not anywhere near the landing. He's not anywhere near the walk, but it's impossible not to see his parents walking through.
Yeah.
But he's standing at the back of the crowd, so to speak.
And your sisters, their chins are held up high, as is your mother's, as they walk as well. They are very, very proud people. What do you guys think?
I think
Eero looks very unimpressed and is just raising their eyebrows. I think inwardly, I think Kelvic's dad reminds them a little bit of Kulicki. Just like, okay, I get it. I get Kelvic's feelings for his dad now. Just seeing this dude.
I think Neora's more confused. Like, Neora's seen people have some form of authority in the school out of they're doing a job there. This is just a guy. Neora's legitimately confused why he has, a presence here.
Okay.
Like, because as far as Neora's aware, Calvic's from America. This is not in America. He doesn't own the town.
Is Calvic from America?
I think I was American.
Where is Calvic?
I think that's how I've thought of him, mostly because I couldn't see myself portraying anyone other than some version of American. So
Okay.
I think whether or not, because they are a magical family, whether or not they would say I am an American versus I am something else who lives in America.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would say
Like,
they hail, yeah.
East Coast.
Sure.
American,
yeah, I think
it
that's
seems
fair.
like. Okay.
I think maybe in New York, Massachusetts,
Okay.
somewhere that style.
So I think Neora's just confused about why some guy gets unfair.
Okay. What about you, Maris?
I think because Cal's from America and Maris is, and she knows all the political stuff she knows, she's vaguely familiar with his dad. But this is probably the closest she's been to him in person. And he makes her uncomfortable. And she really just wants to give Cal a hug. That's sort of what it inspires in her, is just, this guy sucks.
And he will kind of he will look at the area around him. He will observe, but he's not partaking in any of the games. He's not partaking in the snacks or the activities. He is simply walking and watching everybody to make sure everything is up to his expectations, as Susanna Vick had mentioned earlier. And anything out of line, he will simply make a noise and note that mentally. And Felice will lead the carpet to the central square where the stage is. And let me go ahead and I'll switch our map. Okay. And he has, in true Vic fashion, a nice booth that is elevated off the ground for their family to watch. All right, let's see. And you'll notice too that I'm going to put some music on. You'll notice too that there are picnic blankets all around the stage where the children are rushing over to sit and watch. And everybody is eagerly waiting. I would say anybody who's attended the festival today is waiting for this performance because here's Farkas. It is the climax of the festival. It is the story that everyone is most excited to see play out on the stage.
Kalvik stays as far away from his family for as long as humanly possible. He does not feel a desire to interact with any of them today. He's not like hiding. He is just going about his business with his hat on, head down, picking up the trash for as long as possible.
And Farkas will come up to you and he'll be like, hey, so it's like almost time. Everyone's gathering. Do you want to like put your costume on?
Do they have costumes for us?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Well, they just have a really big furry suit for me, so I guess that's what I'm wearing.
Do you just want to wolf out instead? Is that more comfortable?
Yeah, that sounds cool. I can do that. That's
I agree.
easy. And
Maybe,
I won't have to
save
think
it
as
for
much.
when we fight. Save it for when we actually duel.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Okay.
Cool. I should probably, I guess, go connect with everybody else about what the plan is here. I'll go find my costume. Oh god.
Okay.
Are you sure you're okay with this? I know I kind of bullied you into it, but
Yeah, dude, if it's gonna help you and, well, if it's gonna piss off your parents. You helped me, getting good with my dad, so I'm gonna help you make
fall
yours
even
mad if
more
that's
out
what
of
you...
favor with my dad. Yeah, there's no getting in
Yeah.
with my dad. There's not enough I could do at this point, so might as well just go the other direction, right?
I saw him coming and I don't know, like, is there any, do you talk to him at all?
I mean, I can. I have the ability. Neither of us are ever happy about it, but it's possible. He doesn't think I'm here. He doesn't hope I'm here. Well, if Susanna's talked to him, he might know I'm here, but and
He
not
doesn't know
really
what
gonna
you're
give a
about to
shit.
do.
Nope.
All right,
No, he does not.
let's give him a surprise then. All right.
Kalvik runs through the outline of his plan with Farkas, and then goes and gets dressed and finds everybody else.
Okay. All right, everybody.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Josh, do you want to go over the plan with us now, or do we just want to jump in and you'll explain what we're doing?
If it's okay, I mean, it might. If it's simpler, then I can just describe what's happening, and we'll go.
Yeah.
And if if there are recommendations or changes we want to make on the fly, we'll say it was the plan all along.
Okay.
Just before you end up, like, as you grab Neora and Riley, Neora just, like, hands out a impaled, like, nearly life-sized bobblehead of your great-great-great-granddad. Killed a Vic for you.
Kalvik eyes as well up. Thank you.
Thought you might want it to, spite him.
I'm gonna put this on an end table when I finally get a bed.
Yeah, I thought so.
Thank you. Thank you, Miora. And he puts it in his bag. Not the trash bag, his bag he brought.
Mhm.
And then he gets changed into his costume. What the fuck is his costume?
All right. Well, as you know, your great grandfather Vic was a treasure hunter, and just an adventurer, right? So you've got, I think, a mix of like flamboyant, but also like just treasure hunter vibe. Think Indiana Jones, but with like a big red scarf. You've got different weapons on your hips. You've got the harpoon on your back. You've got a big hat. Let's
And
see.
a plastered on fake mustache, which is the worst part.
Oh yeah,
Just a
it's
big old fucking caterpillar.
it's hard to speak through it. It's really sweaty. And probably really big boots. Vic probably wore huge boots.
He had a lot to compensate for.
He did. And a lot. Anytime you take a step, it sounds loud, especially on the creaky stage.
Cool. Who am I kidding? Big Daddy Vic probably did have a big dick. It's not that it means anything, but it is just spiteful at the same time. Ah, this man. All right, he walks up with his boots and hat and mustache. And probably peeks out at the crowd and peeks out to see where his family is.
Your family is on in an elevated booth above everybody else. Of course, you've got the kids on the picnic tables. You've got people at the tables eating and watching, and people sitting in the grass. But yeah, your sisters, your mother, and your father are all sitting above, looking down at the stage.
So I think Calvic probably takes a moment before the play starts and maybe even before they're being introduced, and I can say that I don't think Calvic would have the balls to change the play like this if it wasn't for how he felt after taking in a little bit of amp blood. Because I think if he feels his own magic and essence and identity and whatever like much closer to him, he almost like stokes it. That's what he feels like, as he's stoking himself beforehand to like reassure himself, like, yeah, I can fuck my family. This
I can
is
do
me.
this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so he's like quite literally stoking his own magic under
Okay.
himself. Mm-hmm.
You feel it lower and then heighten
Does
a little
anyone want to
bit.
watch Calvic stoke his own magic?
Always.
Behind stage. Just all right, and Farkas comes up to you, and he's got a fur coat that they've given him to wear, like a cape, probably a cape, a big cape.
Hey, it's
And-
gonna look sick when you rip that in half when you wolf out later. Just let me say.
Yeah, I can't wait to rip this in half because, well, at least it's not real.
Hey, I'm gonna do my best to just fair warning. A harpoon might try to jump out of my wand later. I'm going to shoot it at your feet.
Okay, I
Okay?
like
you
my
trust me?
feet. Yes.
If I've trust me now.
I trust you. I don't know if I trust that. And he points to the wand.
Yeah, that's a wise man. Smart boy. It's trust me more.
Okay. All right. Just don't do to me what you did to that girl in Nationals, right?
I'm
Okay.
on the side for healing if needs be.
Calvic does not answer, but he just nods his head and goes back to trying to stoke himself.
Okay. Okay. All right. Go ahead, Cal, and give me a grit. I don't need a number, a TN. Just give me a grit to see kind of.
With my +1, no magic?
Yeah.
Or just a straight up and down?
Do the D
Oh.
plus the D4 magic die.
Okay, so I exploded on the first one.
Oh my gosh.
Plus I rolled an 8. Oh, wait, with my second roll, plus a 1, so 12 plus 8 is 20, plus 1 is 21.
21. Okay. That was basically just me trying to kind of figure out grit-wise, like what your magic is feeling right now inside of
Sure.
you. And you are sitting there trying to control it, and it is flaring inside of you. You feel it. It is just very, very strong. And it's probably maybe one of the strongest times you've ever felt your magic. It's hot and it's like ready to just come out. And I would almost say it's akin to like how maybe you think about how your great grandfather felt back in the day, how powerful he felt.
That is causing some very conflicting emotions.
Yeah, this is not your great grandfather's magic. This is your magic.
Mm-hmm.
You know what your
Calvic is sad he can't go to Conway now because he feels like he can fight his grandpa right now.
Yeah,
But he's
that's
aware that I think what he gets is a peace knowing that this is possible now. Now, is he going to continue to need more vampire blood for that? Maybe, but he's going to keep this in mind that this feeling is possible.
Yeah, just hold on to it. Okay, let's get this play started. The lights go out. And then when you're ready, when you give the cue, they're going to slowly dim back on.
Do we get an intro and who's playing who from the from like the moderator person?
Sure.
Is this how Big Daddy Vic realizes that Calvic is playing Big Grandpa Vic?
I think it actually would be more interesting if he just saw you come on stage.
Cool.
But I think he will give an introduction.
Well,
like,
maybe the intro is just we have some very special people playing the parts tonight. You can give it if you want to. I won't take your...
Yeah, we have some very special guests tonight playing the role of Vic. Of course, this is the most important role of our festival tonight, and we wanted to do it justice. So, without further ado, we are going to give you the story of Vic and the Wand of Victory. And everybody quiets down.
So I think the opening scene is just that, like the hike up north. I think Calvic enters the stage, and I think probably does the thing that he'll like come out and look at everyone and give his little nod. He probably doesn't bow, but just gives a nod. Doesn't look at his family yet. And then proceeds as the background, in whatever magical way, is maybe shifting behind him, like they used to have it where you just crank and it would, so it looked like you were moving like on a treadmill but sideways. But this is him like hiking up the mountain and going through, and then we get to the initial scene of Big Daddy Vic talking to whether or not it's the king or one of the others, but he presenting himself of, I would like to learn from you. Please teach me your ways. I've traveled, blah, blah, blah. And the answer is just fucking no. And I think at this point, normally it would be the epic tale of him coming back and convincing them until finally they're forced to send their king out. But instead, Calvic's going to have his great-great-great-grandpa throw the equivalent of a hissy fit. And Calvic is going to take out his wand, his grandpa's wand, and start shooting harpoons into the stage. He's going to start shooting harpoons out into the air just in a rage, and finally he is going to shoot one and angle it up towards his family's booth, but shoot it in a way where it like wedges itself into, like, if it's raised, it's going to hit like nowhere near his actual family, but he's going to shoot it into, and it's going to wedge itself into the he's gonna, I guess, try to but he's gonna do this into the, like, whatever, like, lower part of it, so it's very clearly shot towards his family, but it's gonna into that. And I think at that point he might look up towards his family's box while in a rage that he kind of also actually feels in the middle of this scene. And then finally he's going to, in a rage, like almost frothing at the mouth, this is when he's going to have some of his friends and other actors start to come out and act as if they are other werewolves in the area, like on all fours, and he's going to start, it's going to be very clear that he's starting to hunt them, and that eventually he corners Eros, the character that Eero is playing, and he's going to and actually shoot a harpoon, but send it wide, like to the right ahead of them so that he can like run into it and then act like he dies. And then the rest of the werewolves will come out, and that's when Farkas joins, and that's when the king issues the challenge that I, Grandpa Vic, great-great-great-great-Grandpa Vic, accept. And then we will have a duel. I think it'll start like with a physical duel, and then eventually we'll end with me shooting an actual harpoon at Farkas's feet, for which he will then fall on as if he is getting hit by it. And then it will show me throwing the harpoon away and taking the body as the rest of the wolves go searching.
Yeah,
and
Yor
then
and Maris are like begging to actually have the body of their kings, they can bury them properly with honor. And Vic gets to just laugh.
Vic just turns away and
Yeah.
and like leaves with it.
Or just, yeah. Fine.
That's the story that is played out. If we'd like to have interjections in the middle, please do. But that's the story that is being told. That's the reissuing of history that
Would you
Kalvik is
like
deciding to tell.
Vic to laugh evilly? Is that what you're saying, Neora?
I mean, I'm suggesting Vic laughs evilly, but ultimately Kalvik's playing Vic.
Maybe
so.
he gives a small speech of like, no, like I won. He is my prize. I have bested your king, and now he and his bones are mine. I claim these by right of combat. Remember this day is the day I bested your best, type of thing. And leaves with a wicked grin on his face. Maybe even says something along the lines of, you should have taken up my offer of peace when it was there. Like, essentially, this is your fault.
Okay.
You forced me to do this, with a smile on his face.
Ooh, so a few things happen during this show as this show unfolds. Your father, your mother, your sisters, as they realize the story is not being told the way it properly in their mind should be told, their faces grow ghostly pale. And your father's face in general is getting very red. He's getting very angry. And you can tell he's internally battling with himself as to whether he wants to stand up in the middle of this show and yell, "Stop." But your father has a lot of composure in a public space, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that he knows how to hold himself and his reputation.
This man is control incarnate.
Yes, but you nearly break him during that play. You can tell that he is going to try to come to find you afterwards because he is angry, especially when that harpoon stabs into the wood of their elevated stage or their booth. And just, I'm sure you jerk it back and it rips out. It makes that crunching sound. And you can you gauge a variety of different reactions. Like, everybody's super into this. Like, I don't think anyone anticipated the twist that happened in this story. They all kind of have been hearing the story all day. Some of the children are traumatized. They're like watching and crying, and some of them are like, whoa, like super excited by just this violence that is happening, this excitement. And Astrid is watching with like big eyes. She's got kind of a, like, she did not expect the story to go this way. And at the end, well, I will say this too. Your wand is probably hot to the touch, burning to the touch.
I have been using every ounce of me of that grit roll to make sure that I am the only one in control of the wand. But I think as soon as the performance is over, I am drained.
Yeah. You're using every ounce of your power right now to keep, because your wand wants to fight back against you so much. In fact, let's see, what should you roll? I will say there's one time you're shooting these harpoons and the wand will probably try to turn it up towards your head. So go ahead and give me, but you are still pretty strong from this vampire blood. So go ahead and give me a brawn of, what's your dice for that?
There's an 8.
8? Okay. Go ahead and give me a brawn of 7.
Okay. This is not with magic, correct? This is just me literally strengthening my wand away, or is this with my magic because of my little magic buff?
You can use your magic if you would like to. You feel the wand start to try to bend against your strength, to try to point the tip at your head. You know, in this moment, your ancestor would
It's
not.
trying to fucking murder me.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
Okay, I rolled a 6 on the D8 plus a 1 on the D4 plus a 1 for Braun because I'm a sophomore, so that's 8.
Yeah. So you feel this wand start to strain against your hand and try to point its tip at your head. And how do you manage to redirect it?
I think because I'm using magic, I think this is, to be honest, it feels appropriate that the time that it does this is when I'm throwing a spell at my own family.
Yeah.
Like my family's box, and so I think it maybe just like senses what my intention is here, and I'm not trying to hit my family, but it doesn't like it and it tries to do it. But I think again, whatever the equivalent is of me flaring my sense of self, my magic, my whatever that's hot to the touch, I think my hand gets like very hot to the point I almost drop the wand because it almost hurts to hold, but I grit my way through it. I'm going to rely on that 21 grit roll for a while because I think I just grit my way through that pain. That probably aids itself in the very loud, like I was in a rage at that point, or Grandpa Vic was supposed to be in a rage. So I think I just let that, like some actual groans of pain or yells of pain came out during that moment.
It's a very realistic performance. Yeah.
It's very guttural.
I would say half of your magic is used to rein the wand in and try to make sure it's not, because it probably is trying to throughout the entire performance as you're shooting these harpoons, and half of it is just shooting out these harpoons at a huge height. But yeah, you managed to do it, and there's just kind of this shocked silence. There's no applause, right? Because this is supposed to be a happy story for a festival. But I think you get the impression that you got the message across. As I will say this, towards the end of the performance, when you're like yelling and you're like, I deserved this, Felice, you see Felice up in the box talking, and your father is saying something to him, and then he's running down and he goes to close the curtain on you as you're, trying to do that last bit of your speech. Does anyone interfere?
Sure.
Yeah. As a stagehand, I know how curtains work. And as a big buff lady, I'm gonna try to get Maris to do it for me if I can figure out how to rest control these things. Is it just straight up, oh, it's just a curtain that we drag out of the way, or do they have like the pulley things?
It's a pretty, I'll leave that up to you. It's a pretty slipshod sort of stage setup. It's not like the fancy stage or anything.
Okay. So
I was just kind of tied back, like curtain will just kind of naturally fall if it's not.
Maris was
kind
of thinking of just blowing some wind at the curtains to keep them open and out of his reach.
Oh, like flying up in the opposite direction?
They're he can't reach them. They're flying up.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Who wants to? Just you, Maris. You want to do that? Okay. So that's a Braun of go ahead and go 10.
9, 10.
Yes. Okay.
8 on the dice
So
plus 2.
You shoot a burst of wind on each side, and you keep them flapping up, and you see him trying to jump up and grab one. He's trying desperately because he knows that Mr. Eric Vick has told him to bring these curtains down, and he's jumping, trying to grab them. And that just gets some of the kids laughing. And eventually, I imagine when the play is done, the curtains fall back down.
Yep.
And everyone kind of just gets up and they start leaving. And
well, I imagine people maybe even look up to the raised stage of the Vix and they're like waiting to see the reaction. I guess I'm curious what they do, because that probably leads to whatever the crowd does.
So there's a long silence that follows this play as Mr. Vick is the first to stand, And he's just glaring down at you, Cal. Like he meets your eyes. And you know you're going to be in for it later. And
I think in the moment Calvic doesn't. He does not smiling at him. He just looks defiant, like just a look of challenge. Because Calvic is feeling himself right now, not in like a pompous way. Just like he is very confident in himself at the moment.
I'm almost tempted to say that your father, wanting to keep up reputation like this was planned, slowly starts to clap.
That's exactly what I was hoping.
Slowly starts to clap, and his wife and your sisters look up kind of surprised and also follow his lead. And then everybody else starts to clap.
And I think I turn to Felice and just say, probably without even looking at him, just turn his direction, like, open the curtain.
No, you can't. I can't.
Open the curtain.
And he opens the curtain.
And I think Calvic, like, gestures for everyone to come out on the stage and bow with him.
Yeah.
And everybody will come out and give a bow, and Farkas near you. Cal will say, so did we do it? Your dad's clapping?
Yes, we did, my friend. Yes, we did. And he, I didn't mention when Farkas wolfed out, but I'm sure he did at one point. So now he's probably just sitting there in either new clothing or tatters of clothing, depending on how much it rips his stuff. But yes,
Yeah.
He gestures for everyone to keep bowing a couple times, an appropriate number of times. We've all done theater. We know how many times to bow, and then we head off stage.
Cal, how are you feeling after that performance?
Like head rushy, I feel like there's I don't know, just in those times of pure adrenaline, the times when you took a chance and you're still not thinking about the consequences of your actions. Very like young 20s doing something kind of stupid, but something you feel confident in. It's not a decision you regret, even though it's a decision you know you're going to pay for.
Yeah.
But I think he's all adrenaline. He's feeling a little drained, because I think I already established he had that sense of self, that stoking that he did before is he's essentially just used it up for today, or used up most of that strength. But I think he's sitting with a warm ember of himself close in his chest that he's huddled around. And he'll go out and turn on the pep. He'll go out and turn on the charm.
You take your hat off and your volunteer shirt off?
I'll keep the volunteer shirt on. I'll take the hat off, though. And I'll accept whatever accolades are being bestowed upon me by people at the crowd. If there's any handshakes, if there's any people just coming to meet the actors backstage or, afterwards. He turns the charm back on.
Awesome. And I think the kids will come up to you and they'll be asking you questions. You will see Astrid kind of go up to her brother and he'll pick her up. And she takes the wand, the replica wand that she had bought, and she throws it. And she takes the plush that you had bought, that had won her hero, and she rips the head off and throws that too. And she kind of hugs her brother, and she is deeply affected by the story that she saw.
I think Calvic's main message to the kids as he has them surrounding is, make sure you tell the right story. Like, make sure you tell this story to all your friends.
And
Try
the
to impress
kids-
upon them this is the right thing to tell people.
Yeah, and the kids, I think the kids do get this message across. They're like,
I never heard that version of the story before. Can I touch your wand?
it's like, some-
You absolutely cannot, but thank you for asking. It'll
And-
hurt you if you touch it right now.
And you hear Astrid, and Farkas will come over with her because she wants to ask you a question. She looks to you, Cal, and she's like,
Is that really the real story?
He'll probably kneel down to her level and say, to be honest, I don't think we know. I mean, there's my version that's my family's version, not my version, my family's version that's being told all day, and I talked to your brother about what you're all told. Maybe you haven't been told that story yet. Maybe you're too young, but I tried to make a story that did justice to both sides and try to find whatever nugget of truth might be there. And it's not a happy story. I'm sorry, Astrid, it is not a happy story. And it shouldn't be glorified.
She does a deep sigh. She gives you a hug.
Thanks for telling it anyway.
I don't
Can I
think
have
he knows
another
it.
churro?
Yes, you can have as many churros as you want.
And that is where we're going to end tonight. Unless there's anything else, that is where we're going to end tonight. All right. Great job, guys. Thank you to all of our followers and subscribers. Let's see, we got a raid tonight by ADHA Adventures. AD Adventures. ADHA Adventures.
I think.
Yeah. I mean, I know it's supposed to be ADHD Adventures, but it's like, I'm trying to figure out how to say it. How did you say it?
I think it's ADH Adventures. Like the D becomes.
Yeah.
I'm not
Makes
looking
sense.
at it. I've just seen their name before, and I think that's how it works.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you for rating us. And then I don't know. Oh, I think we got a follower as well. Thank you to Woozy Mode for following us. And thank you, Afraid Not, Lotsky, for joining us tonight. We had somebody from France. Hello from France. That's awesome. We had ADMJR join us tonight. So we had quite a few people. If I missed somebody, let me know. All right. And follow us on social media. And we have a Discord. Sometimes fun things, artwork is posted. If you enjoy our show, consider supporting us. I don't think Deanna saw my look.
What? Huh? Sorry.
If you enjoy our show, consider supporting us with a sub or use that free Twitch Prime sub. We love being here every week. It's just great to get that support. You can catch up on all of our shows on our YouTube under the live tab. So when we play, it gets posted under the live tab because we are live streaming. So if you want to go check out more of the episodes, that is where you would find that. What's going on this week with Majestic Goose?
This week we have Crits and Knits on Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern, and it is a Just the Knits episode because life is lifing and we don't have enough people to play a full game, so we're just going to be talking about our projects. And then on Thursday we should have the next episode of Storytime with Silas. That is our spooky horror audio drama that comes out every Thursday in October.
All of them slap so hard.
Oh,
Yeah.
and I believe this one is going to be the one that there's going to have more familiar voices. I'm looking at Josh.
Ew.
I was hoping it might be this week. I'm excited to hear the final product.
Yeah, I'm excited too.
That's going to be fun. And then excitedly, we are starting a new show this Saturday on the 26th is No Man's Land. It is coming back. So we did the first season a while back. That was a Through the Breach campaign, Weird West sort of game with horror elements in it. And we are starting the second season this Saturday. And that will be, I believe, at 5:30 p.m. PST, 7:30 CST, 8:30 EST. And so please join us for that because that's going to be a fun time. We're all really excited to come back and play this game. It's going to be me, Deanna, CJ, Tess, and Zach is DMing.
Jack. Please call him Jack or Zake.
Jack or Zake is /Zake is DMing, and I would say he's a familiar face, but you don't get to see him as often, so it's a special appearance.
He's Lazarus, so fuck him. That's
true. He has Lazarus, but it's gonna be DM this time, so not quite as bad. Maybe we'll see. It is Malifaux. Anyway, have a great night, everybody, and we will see you next Sunday. Next time, next episode is our Samhain episode. Very spooky, very close to Halloween, so it should be a good time. All right.
Wait.
Yes. Have a good night, everybody, and stick around for a raid, please.